I'm gonna join, but I'm also gonna mute everything. Don't want that.
She comes home and this is chicken. Now when she fold it, I saw it on my phone, so
I won't put it on. I won't put it on there. I'll just do it from my laptop.
And he's laid it
I
on
show
there.
it from beginning. Okay, so do it now.
That's great. And he's got a good sense of humor.
Right.
Here. Mexico.
Okay, let me click on it.
Of course. It's
Okay,
on
now
there.
try again.
He goes, so my gut just was in it.
Well, maybe you just take
He's
the
like,
laptop.
you stop that.
Oh, it's turned off.
I'm
Okay, try again.
She has.
There we go.
Okay, now
Like,
go
see,
stand
okay,
over
I
there.
remember that.
And seeing all that, I'm just like, I gotta get.
We might have to scoot.
Okay. But the good thing about her, is she like recognizes that much.
Yeah, it works.
Thank you.
Sweet.
That'll work great.
All right.
I took a screenshot.
So I'm on here. Okay, so now
So it's like.
My king.
Not even there yet. It's already going to his head. Dude.
The chair was super high. I was like, hello.
There was a former mayor years ago.
See, like I asked like when it is, because I have like no idea what the date is today. I barely know it's a Tuesday.
Name him and shame him.
You wanted that?
Recent?
Yeah. It's always, it's gotta be a power thing. It's just must
Carter's getting.
a little outdoor tent, yes.
The manager is going to sit on your side of the desk or with the other person.
I always appreciated the one thing with this mayor that
Your little,
you
there's your pictures now there.
said you have a virtual class. And so he like, when I corrected him on that, I'm like,
It's time for the meeting to start. So, as far as meeting follow-up, do you have anything, Mr. City Manager?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
You bet. Does anybody here on council have anything for meeting follow-up? Okay, then, since it mentioned the boards,
Just one quick thing.
Yeah.
This probably comes better under follow-up than what I was, but, so we, on the agenda for a work session in January sometime, we'll have an update on the massage therapy ordinance changes. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
yes. And I know I have been sending all of the emails that I've been getting, I've been sending them to Eric. So that's, if anybody had been getting any of those, you've been getting all those forwarded emails on the massage business, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So that's where I've been sending all of those.
So we get some individual ones that don't go to all council or something like that. Okay.
Whatever, yes. Mhm. Absolutely. And then when they're talking about the boards and commissions appointments, Ray will be taking care of that as it's coming up. And we have two that will need to be, in essence, approved at the January 7th meeting. So, and those will be primarily I know one that's got to be approved then, and that's actually two for the water board, because I will no longer be on there. Actually, you may have three, because you're on the water board, aren't you, Jai?
No, it's
No,
Amber and Michael.
okay, and me and Paul, okay. And Paul's term expires the end of the year. And because I'm not on council, you can only have one non-council member, basically as a member at large. And so I will be resigning as well.
Right.
So you need to decide who's going to fill those spots. And that should be approved that first meeting in January, because the next water board meeting is before our next regular council meeting.
So what I would say is that if you could give me an idea, I've talked to a couple council members already that have said that they're interested in maybe switching some stuff or maybe dropping a few things. I think maybe to balance it out a little bit, I think for the new counselors, maybe think about some of the stuff that they might be interested in. The water board will be a critical one. I think that we'll need to look at to replace it for sure. Steve, and then if I don't know where Mike and Amber are, and then we'll have to appoint, either reappoint Paul if he's interested, or what we need to do for the community at large one. So, but if you're interested, if you want to switch, why don't you be the best way to email me, reach out to me. What do you think, Carter?
Absolutely. And if it would help you for for us to get some of those emails too, that's okay.
Yeah, so if you would CC maybe Jackie, or do you want?
Sure, no,
Is that
Jackie,
good?
just fine.
So please CC Jackie on there, just so it'll help me to stay organized. I can kind of keep track of where everybody's at. So we can get it done as quickly as possible.
And everybody does need to remember that you need to be on some of these boards and liaisons, and 0 and 1 are not options for those selections. So you need to be on probably 3 or more because there are enough to go around. So you need to be looking at that and thinking about that. And also, if you wouldn't have to approve it, but whoever you're going to appoint for the CNFR, I would like to take them to the meeting on the 6th of January to introduce them to the committee. Okay.
If you're interested in being the representative for the city for the CNFR, let me know. Just reach out.
I still am.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
That's the only thing you'll
Would you
still
be interested
take
in
on.
taking that?
I would still like to be there.
Okay, you would just take over that.
Yes.
Does everybody object to that?
Does everybody?
No,
object?
does anybody object? It's been a long day of grading papers. I'm tired.
Reading.
Does anybody object if Jenna would like to take that? We'll just take care of that now. Okay.
Anybody else want to be on it it's just like what I was for Steve. Steve was, yeah.
Yeah,
Alternative.
the alternative. So if we need to, if somebody's interested in being the alternate, let me know. All I got.
5 p.m.
Got it, Monday.
And there's
Second Monday.
there's another event going on there, so we will need to park in the upper parking lot and go down the side of the event center and come in the admin entrance there on the side. Okay? Okay. Very good. Now, when would you like to have all of these in? Before Christmas?
Tomorrow by noon, please. Just kidding.
Yeah. And
I
I've
will
got
be
a
gone
fairy
all
godmother.
next week. So why don't, right after Christmas, is that fair for everybody? We have pretty busy with holidays, and so after Christmas, okay? Do we need to go earlier, do you think? No, that's good. Okay. That way we can get everything solidified and then I can make sure.
Okay, we'll check with Jackie and make sure she's got it. Did you happen to keep a copy of it? I may be, or Ray may be hoping you did too.
And just be aware too that I may reach out to you individually if I'm seeing some holes. Just to say, hey, you know, are you interested in maybe stepping back from this? Or are you interested in taking this on? Just kind of seeing where the holes lie. It's kind of like playing chess a little bit, trying to put these together. This is my favorite part of being mayor, the boards, so putting them together. That's a joke, Jenny. If you couldn't tell.
Very good.
Wasn't sure if I was picking up sarcasm.
So, moving on. Proud to host the best state championship sponsorship. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, good evening. Believe it or not, we are at the time where, again, where we need to submit an application for our continued role in supporting state championship events here in Casper. And as you remember, that is a competitive application that we make to the State High School Athletics Association. And they choose, you know, based on the merit of those applications, whether or not we get to continue in our current status, whether or not we get to take on more or less or whatever. So our goal here is to put our best foot forward, as you can imagine. And that certainly is a partnership that the city has been involved in for some time now, particularly as it relates to the use of the event center, Fort Wyoming Center. Visit Casper is heading up our application effort, if you will. And they are here tonight to walk us through what it is that essentially the ask of the city would be and what it is that the commitment on the part of OVG and the Fort Wyoming Center would be as well. And so if I could turn the time over to Mrs. Casper, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for having me. And as Mr. Napier spoke on it perfectly, we are entering that new bid cycle for the next 4 years, starting in 2026 through 2030. And I also wanted to introduce myself. I'm the staff liaison for the group. We're contracted out through the new Compete Casper committee, which we just underwent a rebrand. And I'm here to not only thank you for the past 4 years of sponsorship, but just to discuss what that looks like for the next 4 years and to ask for the opportunity to fund that again for the next state championship bid. In front of you in your packet is a flyer of the economic impact that these state championships have on Casper, and that's $24 million. Not only does it have that economic impact on our community, but also on the students of Natrona County, that they can compete in these events out their back door. So having that here is beneficial for a multitude of reasons. And I also wanted to enter that we are making our bid more competitive this year, as other cities and towns are also bidding against us for that. We are also going to be bidding on state tennis this year, which is a new addition to our state tournaments. We currently have 8, so that would put us to 9. And as everyone knows, the cost of everything is going up, and so we're just asking to have that financial backing. That way we can put a compelling bid together and know that we're able to support these events while they're here. I would open up questions that any of you may have.
When would you bid for high school rodeo?
High school rodeo.
Because I know Gillette, it sounds like, is losing them, and they're anticipating them not being in Gillette past 29.
That would definitely.
Is that every 4 years, or is that every couple of years?
I believe that would be with this bid as well. That's not something that we've looked into. I'm not sure if that's a timing conflict or why that hasn't been done in the past, but that's definitely something that we can explore, looking at the date and maybe reaching out to the Activities Association.
Definitely add that to it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any other questions? There looks like, according to what was in our packet, you're looking for 50,000?
Correct. Per year.
For the 4 years.
For the 4 years, correct. And that would
50
be,
each, so 200 total.
yes,
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, that is consistent with what we've done with the current
That's what it
Yes.
said, yes.
boarding cycle.
yes.
Yeah, 200,000 overall.
And can I say, just according to like the packet and stuff that was in here, I just want to, so it's 200,000 a year, but over the course of 4 years and stuff, and then plus what we pay with the Ford Wyoming Center, that's where that money kind of sweeps back into, right? Because we're going to donate them the facility, but then yet the hard costs of that facility usage, as far as lighting, sewer, everything else, that kind of gets paid for by Compete Casper.
Correct, yes.
And so I'm just kind of visually thinking that it's kind of a sweep, that money will go back into the facility usage. Am I reading that right, the way that this thing is?
I guess I would ask for clarification if I could,
Oh,
Mr.
go
Mayor.
ahead.
I understood that OVG was not getting those hard costs back. Is that true?
Mayor, councilors, good evening. So in terms of the Ford Wyoming Center contribution, our current MOU with Compete Casper, formerly Proud to Host the Best, and the other partners indicate that hard costs, so the staff costs associated with the box office costs associated, are reimbursed. What we waive is the rental fee that we would charge any other entity that's coming in to use the facility, as well as the utility fees that we would normally charge any other entity coming in to use the facilities. So in essence, we're looking at about 60, if I remember right, 66,000. In FY24, it would have equated to about $66,000 in waived fees for all 7 of the championships that are sponsored at the facility. Of course, state track is not up at the Fort Wyoming Center. So we waive those fees, but hard costs are still covered. And in fact, in 24, the hard costs paid back to the facility by Compete Casper was approximately $177,000. Pretty significant, because we do have to recoup some of the costs of the facility for, 7 weekends that we lose out on the opportunities to host other events.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that.
Any other questions?
The only thing I had was, I'm very much supportive of this. I think it's a great investment from the city standpoint. My question, I guess, would be for you, Carter, is, as always, just being fiduciary responsible. We're be able to cover that and being able to do it as we have in years past, and you feel comfortable with that as a city manager.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, historically what we've done is we've used proceeds through 1 cent to cover that 50,000 commitment each year. And, as long as you are comfortable with that approach, I would say that's very doable.
And the follow-up with that is that, and this isn't a question, this is more of a statement, I think that it's a good use of those 1 cent dollars to go towards that, which continues to feed the economic drive within the community. So very much supportive of it.
Any other questions, comments? We all good with it? Looks like you get your money.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Mayor and council members.
Thank you for your input. Tree inventory grant approval. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilors, this is the opportunity to help us position ourselves budgetarily to move forward with the important work that this inventory grant allows for us to get accomplished. And so we needed just a few minutes to talk to you and remind you the context of this grant and make sure you're still comfortable with our moving forward with this. And complete a real important inventory as it relates to our tree canopy. And so in our urban forest, if you will. So if I could turn some time over to Katie, I assume, and Zalima to walk us through that, that'd be great.
Mayor, councilors, so we just want to clarify kind of the necessity and what's happening here, because it's sort of a confusing situation. So back in March of 2024, which of course was fiscal year 24, you all approved the contract to have this tree inventory done. At that time, it was anticipated that this work would be matched for the urban forestry grant that we were successful at achieving. However, they have waived the need to do any match. So it's not serving as match anymore, but it was still a portion of the project that's really necessary for us to be able to direct the efforts of the urban forestry grant and replace trees and do some maintenance on trees in the qualifying area. So this isn't approval for a grant. It's actually approval to pay the vendor that we contracted with back in May. Because there was an oversight on staff part, and in our financial system, there's a requirement that after a contract is approved, we go into our system, we create a requisition that converts to a contract, and then that formally rolls the dollars over into the next fiscal year for the contract. We erroneously missed that step, and so those funds were not rolled forward appropriately. Now the contractor would like some payment, and we don't have the spending authority to do that. And so what we're requesting is the spending authority to pay our contractor for the work that's been completed to date for the contract that was approved. And then we'll do the formal budget amendment as part of budget amendment number 2 for FY25. That is the current situation. I apologize for the effort. We'll try really hard to not let it happen again.
You okay with that?
Absolutely. You betcha.
You okay with that, Mr. Financial Manager? Are we okay with that? Looks good. Very good. You're off the hook, Katie. Thank you for being here, though. And if you feel like you want to leave, you're welcome to go. Okay. Very good. The next thing we have is a pet licensing system. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something we've been working on and queuing up for some time now. We are interested in trying to put into place an online system for our animal owners to license their animals online. So we've had some discussions with IT, and we think we have a path forward. I was hoping I could get the Chief and Ms. Decker to walk you through where we're at and where we're going, and take this opportunity to tie this to the goals that you had set for us to pursue. And so with that, if I could defer that time to Jody and the Chief, I would appreciate it.
Very good. Oh, you're here already.
I'm so sorry.
Nope, you're good.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I just wanted to give a brief overview of where we're at with our 24 goal to provide that online pet licensing system for our community. We
Hang on a
did.
minute. Can you hear her okay?
Struggle with whatever the
On
Can
the
you
end
speak
is going
up?
over here.
Project a little bit
See where
better.
I
I'll work on it.
Very good.
So currently we spent a good several months going through different companies and their own systems for licensing animals. A lot of those are nationwide. What we found is that what they would provide, we actually have a system within our own Munis system that we have now, and that we pay for licensing animals. Essentially, there are a few things that we will have to go through and tweak to meet our own needs, but it can fall in line with what these companies can provide. Those companies would be costing us about $6 to $9 grand to actually purchase their licensing system. So with this, we'll be saving quite a bit of money, which is good news. We are working on a handful of tweaks here and there with our own Munis system. IT, specifically Wendy and John Doherty, have been amazing working through those different little functions that we're finding what we can and cannot do. Eventually, it should be very user-friendly, both on our end for our staff as well as for our community. It will allow our community members to go in and essentially just like you'd be paying your utilities. You have your profile, you make your dog's profile, and then you buy your license. Simple as that. The only thing we require for licensing is have updated rabies, and that would be very easy for us to verify with our system through Munis. They would just have them upload that rabies verification. It sounds like we should be able to set up a workflow that workflow would be pushed over to our crew over at the shelter. We'd be able to go in, verify that in fact they did update their rabies, and then we would just be able to mail out their license. And that would essentially be the exact same process any other company would provide to us. So we wouldn't be putting in any more effort than if we went through any professional company that does licensing. After that, it's also very easy once you have already created your dog profile to renew your license every year. On our staff side, it's made it even easier. IT has made it even easier for us. We will be able to pull a report, whether we want to do it weekly, monthly. Our goal would probably be monthly. That shows whoever has their expiring license. That way they can have a pre-generated report or pre-generated email or letter, however they would like it sent out. That reminds them, hey, your license is about to expire, please renew. So it should be very easy, simple, both on our staff side and our community side. We are in testing phase right now. We are hoping, and it sounds like it's going really well, so it should only be a few more weeks, hopefully, before we can push it out. We're saying no later than February, just in case if there are any sort of kinks that we run into during testing phase. Any questions?
I have one. So is this the same, a different system? I get that, but with the licensing procedures from before that you had, when people went in and licensed their pets prior?
Yes.
Does this integrate into that, or are they gonna have to go back in and redo the whole thing?
It's all the same. IT has been wonderful. They are already transferring our current license over into
So it'll
Munis.
integrate systems?
Yep, exactly. So not gonna make any work on our public, won't make any work on us. Everything's all integrated.
Well, I want to give you props for using what we already have instead of spending money to get something different. So yay, and yay to IT.
I would
Very
love to
good.
take the credit, but IT really is. So
Finding a good way to use what we have. It's great. Thank you.
Michael?
I have just a quick comment, a question. I mean, I think this is a great addition or upgrade to pet licensing. I noticed that you said that a pre-drafted letter could be sent to dog pet owners, notifying them that their license needs to needs to be renewed. So that's renewals. What is the procedure like if someone gets a pet and they haven't done an adoption? Like if I,
So within, it depends on the jurisdiction you live in. We'll
okay,
start with that. So we actually do licensing for City of Casper,
okay,
bar none, and then Natrona County. So
I
this function will actually work for all of those different areas. You just have to choose your jurisdiction when you go into pay.
okay,
Essentially, when you live in the City of Casper limits, it is part of our ordinances that you do have to have your pet license. So regardless if you adopted through us or not, you do have to license. That is something we are also working on, is getting the word out a little bit more. We are waiting for the system to roll out before we do a full push of licensing and having our community aware of the fact that regardless if you adopted through Metro or if you just moved here or maybe you got from the Humane Society, no matter where that is, your pet should be licensed with Metro if you live in city limits.
that's great. And then just a follow-up question too about, and that kind of relates back to this, which is I think it would be helpful. I think the letter for renewals is going to be good, but I think it'd be helpful to have for community members to have, some kind of public awareness. I mean, we're not going to get everybody, of course, but just to kind of promote that idea about, renewals and initial licenses. As a pet owner, I kind of knew in the back of my mind, was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to have probably had my dogs a couple of years and I figured that out, but don't tell anybody. But I
I'm
live in
writing
the
you a
city limits. Oh, Evansville. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait,
no, Bill.
Two violations.
Illegitimate counselor.
But anyway, that was my point about just some kind of
I
PR
appreciate
push
that.
to,
We are
get
definitely
the word
working
out.
on a campaign and designing that already, so we will get that pushed. It's very slowly being pushed out right now, just with people who are adopting within Metro, but we have a plan for the community as a whole as well.
thanks, Judy.
Thank you.
The question I had too is it the same, has the cost stayed the same? It's like $10 if they're spayed, neutered kind of thing, right?
Yes.
All
All pricing's the same. It will automatically adjust in the system for you, so you don't have to go in and be like, oh, I know I actually just paid $10. You won't have to worry
Yeah.
about that. So
Yeah.
nothing in that.
Okay,
has
and then
changed.
I think Shelby already left from Visit Casper, but I was like, what a great opportunity for that to go in a relocation package for Casper when they sent them out, is to get that news into there when people are thinking about moving here.
I can reach out. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to Councilor Bond's point about getting information out, I was going to mention this around the table, but since we got you here right now, I would just encourage everyone, if you don't already, to follow Metro's Facebook page, because I think you all have been doing a really good job with outreach and education. You've been, I know you're planning to put out a bunch of content because around the holidays, pets get really stressed and anxious. Their routines are disrupted. They got a lot of strangers in the house and stuff. And so I think you guys are doing a really good job highlighting those sorts of things, relevant content that people can use. And so we just encourage you to follow your Facebook page if you don't already, because a lot of helpful information.
Thank you.
Very quick question as well. On initial licensing,
Mhm.
do you require chipping?
The only thing we require is rabies for any sort of licensing. There's a discount if you have chipping and if you have them fixed,
If you have one,
if the animal's fixed.
okay. Very good.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just opine for just a second, council, remember this is one of council's goals that you tasked us with in our livability portions of the community, because our goal is to have animals not come into the shelter, and having that license is important to us, to be able to just deal with an animal on the street that we come into contact with, or somebody says they show up at Metro, I picked this dog up in Walmart parking lot. If we're able to return it to the owner without that animal ever coming into the shelter, we don't need to worry about communicable diseases. We don't need to worry about our inventory of animals up there. And so if you remember when council set the priorities for our pricing of these services, animals that are spayed and neutered so they're not contributing to the problems that we have, animals that are chipped, those all greatly reduce the registration, the annual registration cost, with that end goal of let's reduce the number of animals ever even showing up. Let's deal with them. The animal protection officers can get them directly to their owners out in the field rather than ever having to come into the shelter. So this is a critical cog in the goals that you've tasked us with, and we're looking forward to seeing the impact that it's going to have on our stray animals and on the quality of life in our community.
Very good.
And can I, if I remember right, the chip, going back to your chip question, you guys link those together too. Like if they're chipped, like I think I remember giving you my chip number. I think
So
they're
we keep
linked with.
all of your animal information in our chameleon database. So both the license number and the chip number are held within our system.
Yeah.
That's almost just compounding each other.
Yes. Can I say one more opportunity to get this word out? Is I would recommend maybe putting it on that, all those Casper lost pets and all of that, just as a PSA to remind people to put it on there, because there's a lot of lost and found pet sites for every city, you know, and stuff too. So just throwing it out there.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Jody, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Compensation study results. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. This is a study that we've been talking about for some time as it relates to getting it underway and planning for it from a budgetary standpoint and so forth. The goal of this study is to evaluate the employees' wages as it relates to the market, and certainly you will see real quickly here, we're talking about employees that are on the Graves plan. And we actually have the namesake of that plan, Miss Graves, here with us tonight to walk us through her methodology and her results and what she recommends to achieve better parity with the market, and perhaps what kind of investments we may need to make to get to that parity with the market in the form of market parity wage increases for our Graves employees. And so with that, if I could turn some time over to Lori to walk us through that, you will find that when she's done presenting her information, we would like to visit with you further about what it is that we would recommend in order to manage what it is that she's proposing for our employees on the Graves system. And so without any further ado, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to give it.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you so much. First, for allowing me time in your session this evening, but also for letting us have the ongoing opportunity to work with the city. We originally came in and did the project in 2020, and we are pleased to be able to come back and update that work. And frankly, even more pleased by the fact that when we looked at it, what we realized is it's been very well maintained in these years since we've been here. So that's good news for everybody, and certainly good from a financial standpoint as well. So again, what I'm going to be going through this evening is a fairly high-level overview, but rather than just sharing the results and the recommendations, we feel like it's an important aspect of the project for you to understand the process and the methodology, right? Understanding how we pull the data, where we pull it from, how we use that. And it's the same information that we've been sharing with employees as well, because we really believe that transparency when it comes to pay is critically important, and it certainly serves you from a cultural or a trust standpoint with your staff, and it's been well received to this point. So it's a fairly short slide presentation. It will not be death by PowerPoint this evening. We should have plenty of time for questions if you have them. So I'll begin with just a very brief overview. Graves Consulting is a human resource consulting firm that specializes in working with the public sector. So probably 85% of our book of business are public sector clients, cities, towns, counties, special districts, and primarily within Colorado, Wyoming, and the Dakotas. So in this portion of the country, we really kind of stick to what we know, and public sector is the bulk of that. I think we figured out early on that we prefer working with the public sector over the private sector, primarily because of transparency reasons and because they tend to do kind of the right things for the right reasons. So our staff has grown, fortunately, since we were here before. I think we were a couple of people when we were here in 2020, and we've grown a little bit since then. I was the primary consultant on this project, though I did have Wendy Eklund, who's one of our senior consultants, heavily involved and was here when we came on site originally in August to kick it off. The beauty of it is that Wendy has a background of being an HR director. She was with the city of Steamboat Springs for many years before we were able to bring her in. And so she has an internal perspective on pay within municipalities that helps. And then we also had a lot of the data work, ensuring that everything is accurate and user-friendly by Tom, our director of data analytics, so who also happens to be my husband. So I want to just start with kind of a high-level overview of the sort of the intent and then our scope within that intent, right? It's obviously critically important that the city be able to not only recruit, but retain the talent that you have and the talent that you need to provide all the services to the residents, right? And what everybody expects and requires of the city. And the most important way that really any organization can do that is ensuring that you're paying a competitive wage. And while for many that can sound like a pretty easy thing, like just pay people the right amount of money. Right amount of money can be difficult to determine. There's a lot of factors that go into that and a lot of decisions that you make. And so it's a lot of that really that I want to share. And so while the bulk of our work was really focused on looking at base pay wages and comparing them to market, we also want to make sure that when we recommend changes, that we maintain internal equity with your positions. Meaning positions that have similar span and scope of responsibility and requirement and impact are equitably placed on your structure, right? Because we know that market does not value all types of work the same. They have different values, but we also know there are some positions that have been historically undervalued in the market, and we need to account for that from an internal equity standpoint, right? So while what we were doing is primarily based on market, we do keep an eye on internal equity to make sure we're not leaving people behind in the process. And we also know that it is important, probably for everyone, but nowhere more so than public sector, to ensure that you can retain people as they build their careers and as they've spent time and built their skill set, right? The most expensive turnover you can have is your longer service, more experienced people. So making sure that the structure we're recommending allows for career progression and a reasonable, sustainable amount of wage growth over that career progression, right? And if you recall, for those of you that were involved or aware, when we came in the first time, one of the things we did was make the pay ranges wider because they were very narrow before, so you hit the top very quickly. And it was you were losing a lot of people after the 5-year mark because they were topped out, right? So we adjusted that. Those are the types of things we're talking about. So it's not just the dollar amount, but it's the processes that are built around it. So our scope within that project is to make sure that we're gathering current, valid compensation data from survey sources that are reflective of the labor market that you're competing in, right? So it's not our goal to just say, well, tell us who your closest 2 or 3 competitors are that you trade employees with, and let's look at their data, right? That would give us not a statistically valid view of the data. It would clearly have gaps and holes. So we want to make sure that we're getting data that is broad and valid, but is also appropriate for this area in this region, right? Based on your costs and based on some of the competitors that you have, including the private sector. So we use that information to create recommendations for revisions to your pay structures, right? How the pay structures themselves might need to shift to stay current to market, but also where each individual job is placed on that structure. Because again, as I mentioned, we know not every job moves at the same pace. Certain jobs get hot, right? There are supply and demand issues, and it takes more money to bring in certain people. So what we find is that there are certain jobs that need to be upgraded, meaning the grade they were in before was a range that was competitive, but now their job has moved faster than the market and their job needs to go up to the next pay grade. So we use this information to make those recommendations as well. And then we provide additional analysis, particularly on the financial impact side, because clearly it's only helpful if it's something that can be implemented. So we need to make sure that we have clarity in what our recommendations cost. We also included in this round, we are looking at, we have not completed yet, but we are looking at your benefit plans. So we're doing what I would call a somewhat high level review of the benefit plans so that you're getting a bit of a total comp perspective, not just base pay. And when I say the big benefit plans, I'm talking cost of health insurance, what the employees pay for health insurance monthly, retirement plan contributions made by the city on their behalf and forms of paid time off, right? So those are things we're working on. We also did a pay equity analysis, which is different from a comp study. It's an internal look. We essentially look at jobs and group them into similar groups that have similar responsibilities to identify if any of the people in those roles look like they have pay disparities, right? Pay issues where really high or really low that can't be explained by, right, education and experience and things like that. And the spoiler alert there is you have no issues from a pay equity standpoint. So, just to kind of summarize the deliverables we have for this project, we start by making sure that we fully understand current state, right? Even though we have worked with the city before, a lot has changed and transpired in the last 4 years, and you have a very dynamic organization. And so we first come in and say, let's look at all of the jobs that you have in the job descriptions. We looked at position description questionnaires. Many of the employees completed questionnaires that shared more detail about the type of work that they do. We look at org charts. We look at census data that shows us where people are within their pay structure. So we get anchored in current state. When we kicked the project off, when I was here in the summer, we met with each department head individually to talk through every job that exists in their area to make sure that we really fully understood, right, what uniqueness we might find about that job. So understanding current state is really important. We also designed and deployed a custom wage survey because some of the municipal or public sector organizations that we wanted to make sure their data was included, when you pull data from a published survey source, you can't necessarily see who contributed to it. When we do a custom survey, we can have clarity on what some of the other municipal organizations are. So we did a custom wage survey that covered about 54 positions across the city. You know, unfortunately, if we send out a custom survey and ask about every position in the city, no one will fill it out because it takes too long. So we picked benchmark positions from every department to make sure that we can anchor our data to those numbers. Separately, we pull data from a published survey source, and we'll cover that a little bit more. We use that information to recommend updates to your structure, right? And those updates are how much the pay structure itself should shift. Are there jobs that need to be upgraded? And what should merit or market increases look like, right? And we'll cover these things. And then again, we conclude with the financial impact analysis, which was really, we began that process, but you have an incredibly good financial services team, as I'm sure you know. And so they've got all of the detail and the impact, and they'll be sharing that information following our presentation. So we talked about two different data sources. The custom survey we've talked about. We supplement that information with information from a survey source called Pay Factors. And if you're not in comp, you've probably never heard of that, but that is the largest published survey source that includes public sector positions, right? There's a lot of survey sources out there, but many of them don't include jobs that are unique to public sector. So Pay Factors has that data. Thousands of organizations across the country contribute, both public and private sector. So we pull benchmark data for every single position in the city from Pay Factors. We supplement that with the custom survey so that what we're getting is not only municipal data, but we're getting private sector data for the positions you have that also exist in the private sector. And we're also picking up many other public sector organizations that we didn't send the custom survey to, but we know they contribute their data to Pay Factors, right? That custom survey, I think we already talked about, we sent it to a group of organizations that were what we call the city's defined market. And defined market just means the cities that you have outlined that you want to make sure we get information from to ensure that you're competitive in the region. And it's not 2 or 3 that are within, 20 miles of you. It's a much broader view, and so you'll see that. This is what that defined compensation market looks like. So this is the same, primarily, mostly, the same defined market that we established in 2020 that was approved at that time. The only changes that we made, we added 2 organizations to it this year. We added the city of Cody and we added Dickinson, North Dakota. One, because we had detailed data from them as they're clients of ours and we've worked with them. We also know they have a lot of similar positions and some of the similar competitive struggles that you have with the type of industry and the private sector you're competing with, right? So they felt like good ads. What you see in that list that's highlighted in the light blue are the ones who responded to our survey and provided data. The ones in black are the ones who chose not to. And Frankly, I am thrilled with that participation rate because we're usually lucky to get 50%. Like we're getting better at understanding kind of where that sweet spot is of how much time they're willing to spend, right? And each participant gets an aggregated copy of the results for participating. So they're essentially getting a free compensation survey that you guys are sponsoring. And we try to very much highlight that. And I think generally we get better response because of that. So let's talk a little bit from a like process and methodology standpoint. We've talked about where we're getting the data and how we understand the jobs, but what are we doing? When we're pulling data from those surveys, what we're pulling are actual wages being paid to other employees doing similar work in those organizations. And I say that because it sounds like, well, of course that's what you're pulling, but many times people will just look at pay ranges, right? We say, okay, your pay range is here, theirs is there, you're close enough. Right? I don't want to anchor our recommendations in pay ranges. I want to look at actual wages because one of the things has always happened, but has been more so over the last few years, is that a lot of organizations are keeping pace with what they pay employees. They're kind of forced to, right? They're paying their wages, but they're not adjusting their pay structures and ranges. So they've got people whose pay is moving up, but they're all sitting towards the top of the range. And if we just pull the range, we're going to miss that, and it's going to make our numbers look low, right? So we're basing it in actual wages. But we also know that you have a lot of jobs, every client does, and you guys as well, that are going to be similar, but a little bit different than the work that's being expected and asked of those jobs for the people that have submitted data, right? That's why we spend so much time with department heads and job descriptions and PDQs, because we need to know what is really the apples to apples comparison for the expectations you have of this role. You know, and the things we would typically run into would be, you know, you may have a job that looks very much like one of the jobs we're pulling data on, but maybe you have a higher certification requirement or experience requirement, and that data needs to be adjusted to account for the market value of that. Or you may have jobs that you're asking people to do kind of a combo role that in other organizations, 2 different people might have that. So we need to make sure we understand the market value of both skill sets that you're asking for. So, you know, this is really where we spend the majority of our time and the hours spent in a project, is ensuring that we're really getting as apples to apples for your jobs as we can to the data, right? We can't match on job title. We many times have to go back to survey participants and get clarity on answers. Because if we get that part right, the rest of it is going to flow. If we mess up something there, it's going to be very difficult to recover from. So we spend a lot of time. And then we also know that that survey data that we're using is kind of a point in time. It was reported at a point in time, and the labor market continues to move. So we take that data and we age it forward, which simply just means we increase it, right, by a few percent to know that what you're implementing is going to be current for the market when you implement it, not current from where the market was 9 months ago, right? So we make those aging forward adjustments. So I pause for a second here and say I'm going to talk a little bit more philosophical or high level as opposed to data here. One of the things I think is really critically important for everybody to understand is when we talk about pay increases, right, the language that we use, how we refer to them matters. And the reason I say that is I think most of us have probably spent most of our career, if we've worked for other organizations, getting pay increases that they called cost of living increases. We've been hearing that I've been hearing that for 35 years, you know, and my response most of the time is, well, they say that's a cost of living increase, but I'm convinced my cost of living has gone up more than that, right? So it feels a little disingenuous. And that's because the reality of what you're actually doing is not a cost of living increase, it's a cost of labor increase, right? We're going out and looking at what people are paying. We're using that as our data. That's your cost of labor. That really doesn't have anything to do. It relates to cost of living because you're forced to pay more in higher places, but it's not the same thing. And I think it's helpful to get away from that language so that it doesn't feel like you're being disingenuous with employees when you call it a cost of living. So we call it a market increase. And the reason I think these 2 terms are important is because we believe that there are 2 things that every year should play into the potential pay increase that an employee could get. One is what we call the market increase. A market increase is when we make an adjustment to the entire pay structure, right? Your pay structure is a series of pay grades. Each grade has a minimum and a maximum. When we make an adjustment that moves each grade up, the min and the max go up, that's a market increase. we're doing that to say we need to make sure that your pay structure itself is staying current to market, right? Really important, get your higher end rates remaining competitive. Your min has to go up. Ensuring that your long-term people can continue to see wage growth, that maximum rate needs to go up. Small amounts, we're not talking about big adjustments, right? But that should be going up. If that goes up, let's say it goes up by 2%, an employee would need to get that same 2% pay increase just to stay in the same place in the range they were at before, right? So if you're just kind of thinking of it, if you can kind of see it visually, if I was at the midpoint of my range and the range shifted by 2%, my pay shifts by 2, I'm at the same place. Market increases are important. Merit increases are the increases that move an employee through their pay range, right? And many times when we say merit, immediately what most of us think of is, oh, a merit system is one of those where your supervisor does a performance evaluation and they give you a rating number and that ties to your pay increase and maybe you like it and maybe you don't. That's actually not true. Merit can be fixed or variable. What that is a variable merit system, which many people still have. They're not big fans of variable merit. What you have at the city is a fixed merit program. We 100% believe that's the appropriate way to do it. Variable merit is fabulous in theory. And the second you introduce human beings into that process, it falls apart, right? We're not wired that way to be able to all calibrate ourselves to assess performance on the same scale. It's challenging. So a fixed merit, but merit increases are also important because a merit increase that moves somebody through the pay range allows you, when you hire other people into that job with less experience, to ensure they're making less, right? If the minimum of the range keeps going up and people are not moving through it, you suddenly have pay compression issues, which means people who have less experience have rates that are compressed up against or sometimes surpassing longer service people. That's when you get turnover among your longer service people, and that's 100% what you want to avoid. And obviously, I'm passionate about this topic and I could talk about it for a long time, but I won't. But I do think it's important because really, particularly for you all, because the understanding is if you continue to make those small adjustments each year, a market increase, a merit increase, when you do a comp study and you look more collectively, you're going to see reasonable amounts of change. You're not going to see 10 and 12% increases that are due, right? And I can tell, the reason I could tell when we first came in that the city has done a good job of maintaining it is when we got our results, right? We're not talking about big adjustments. They're fairly aligned with what you've been doing over the last few years, which means you've been keeping track. So I think that is important. And I think also helping employees understand that language and that that's important to the city and you look at it that way has been helpful to them as well. So this is the part that actually everybody cares about. These are where we get to our recommendations. So currently right now, the city has 3 separate pay structures. You have a pay structure that we call the general government pay structure. That is the one that the majority of your city employees are on, right? It is a series of pay grades and ranges. It is what we call an open range structure, meaning every pay grade has a minimum and a maximum, but an employee's pay might be anywhere between there, right? It's open range in that you move through it. Your merit increase moves you through it at differing percentages each year. You have 2 step plans, one for your sworn non-exempt police and one for your sworn fire, right? Step plan also has grades and ranges that have a minimum and a maximum, but they have predetermined pay points along the way, steps. So same thing as far as they need to adjust each year, but what we would call a merit increase on an open range plan is kind of predetermined in a step plan because wherever the next step is, that's what you're moving to, assuming you meet the qualifications, right, to move up. So we also think it's important to have separate pay structures for a couple of reasons. The first is the labor market does not move the same way for all types of positions, and public safety positions move very differently in the market. They get hot, they pull back more frequently than we see on the general government. And by keeping them separate, you have the ability to adjust each structure according to that actual market and not pull one up because of the others or pull one down because of the others. What we're recommending for the general government structure, the one that has the majority of your employees on it, is a 4% increase. This would be a market increase if we go back to what we were just saying, meaning we think each of those pay grades and ranges need to move up by 4% to ensure that the structure itself keeps the integrity, stays aligned to market. You have higher end rates that you can actually use, right? You're not having to hire people with no experience in at the midpoint of the range. We also believe that the sworn non-exempt police step plan should have a 4% increase to it. Those happen to be the same number. They do not necessarily have to be the same number. Again, that's kind of why we separate them, but this year they were. Meaning each of those steps that exist on that plan would go up by 4%. So any officer on that step would move up by the 4%. Right? So that's our recommendation. Fire is obviously a little bit different because we know that's a negotiation and they had never previously adopted what we built in 2020. And so we have pulled all of the data, we included them in the study, and we've built a couple of options that we'll be sharing with the union. I believe we have it coming up next week. We do, for consideration as you move into the 2025 negotiation cycle, right? So it sits a little bit separate, but we did include them in the study. And we've met with the union and made sure that they understood what our methodology was. And so we'll be sharing that very transparently. And we're hopeful that that work improves that process. So I just kind of wanted to close with a few sort of key takeaways, the things that I want you to really remember or think about from this. We're recommending a 4% increase to the general government structure and the police step plan. That would mean that each of those employees, right, assuming that they're performing anywhere within the bell curve acceptable, right, would see that same 4% increase. We've provided options for fire that we'll be going over with the union. We identified 56 positions out of 222, so about a quarter, a little less than a quarter of the city's positions that we believe need to be upgraded, meaning whatever pay grade they're in now, that market has moved a little more rapidly and that job needs to go up to the next highest pay grade. It's one of the reasons why we think it's important for you to have a pay structure that has definition to it, meaning you know how far apart each pay grade is from each other. So you know what the cost is to move somebody up to the next pay grade when it needs to be upgraded. And it's not different depending on where you are in the structure, right? That will impact approximately 200 employees. That is both full-time and non-full-time. So there's a mixture in that number. The good news is from an employee standpoint, and I would think as your expectations are as well, we are not recommending any downgrades of positions, and we're certainly not recommending any wage reductions. We don't see anything that says there are numbers here that are way out of line. Right? We are recommending that the employees that are in those positions that are being upgraded receive an additional % increase. Right? So if the structure goes up by 4%, and your pay goes up by 4%, you're at the same place. But if your job just got upgraded to a structure that's now much higher, you're clearly moving backwards in your range. And it's okay to move back a little bit. Now you have a higher max, but there should be recognition of the fact that the market has said your job has a higher value, it is increased more. So we believe some consideration should be given, right, to those employees in those positions. And that all of this information is absolutely included in the detail and the recommendations that you'll see presented from financial services. We are also recommending that all of the employees on the general government pay structure and the police step plan would receive whatever market increase is approved or accepted, right? So in other words, it's not something that is a yes for some and no for others, or it's based on some kind of performance assessment. We're saying this is a market increase. It relates to the job, not the person, and the market value of that job has increased. So everything we're talking about to this point has been what we would call a market increase. We are also recommending that the city make a merit increase, a fixed merit increase, but we believe implementing that at the beginning of the next fiscal year, right? So next summer would be appropriate and would make sense. So our goal to have you guys and all of our clients adjust your pay plan so that both the structure and people moving through the structure occurs every year. I promise you it saves you a lot of headache and heartache and a lot of dollars, actually, because I've shared with many people the calculations of what turnover really costs you. And the reality of it is much cheaper to be proactive and pay people appropriately. It also obviously is your culture, but it's also more cost effective than bleeding out those cost of turnover dollars and then being forced to pay new people more money, because the market is going to force you to pay more when you hire people. And if you're losing your talent and paying more to hire new, right, that's a fool's game. So to talk about a few other areas, right, before we close, I mentioned this earlier, we are including a high-level review of the city's benefit plans. It has not been finalized yet, but it does indicate a couple of areas of opportunity, a couple of areas where it's very competitive, and a couple of areas of opportunity. So you'll see detail provided on that in our final report. We referenced this, we did an internal pay equity analysis. We saw no issues that were something you should be concerned about. And our recommendation is that you go through that process about every 3 years, right? Because pay disparities are something that clearly it's not your goal to create. And they can be costly in the future if somebody decides to litigate something. So again, being proactive and identifying them is going to make more sense, and it serves the culture that you guys have built here. We were asked to look at longevity pay. This is something that I know has come up many times from employees who have asked about it, and the staff had asked us to say, what do longevity pay programs look like? What do you recommend? And the reality of it is we do have a handful of clients that use those. We don't recommend them for you guys, because to me, those are a tool that organizations that cannot afford to keep their pay structure current and to keep their top ends high enough for people to see wage increases, that's what they revert to in my mind. A longevity pay plan says we're going to give you a flat dollar payout, you a little closer to market, but that money doesn't go towards any of your benefit calculations, your retirement. So it's cheaper for us, and it doesn't really have the same impact to you, right? Some people are forced to use it as a tool because its budgets are real. It's what you have to do. I don't believe the city is one of those clients, right? And that question did come up from employees, and I shared that same perspective with them. Again, we mentioned this, we've created a couple of options for fire sworn non-exempt plans based on the data that we pulled, and we'll be sharing that with the unions as part of the negotiation. And then we will produce, as we have in the past, a final written study report that you will have access to that goes through our process and methodology, our findings, our recommendations. It'll have copies of all of the pay charts, right, of everything that we've created, so that you'll have that in perpetuity to be able to refer to. And this is our last slide. You know, obviously, I think this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it and put it on the slide anyway. Our job is to make the recommendation. It's clearly your job to implement what is most appropriate for the city, right? So these are all recommendations, and when presented to employees, they were absolutely presented as recommendations, right? What's coming up next is the dollars, right? That's the piece that it matters. I'm sure everybody would love to pay everybody everything you possibly could, but you have the realities of it. So you'll have a presentation here next that'll go through the detail of what the cost impact is. And we say this just because for many of our clients who haven't done studies in a long time, many times the price tag is such that it ends up needing to be a phased-in approach. If that is the case, we would 100% work with the city to create implementation options, right? What's the best way to phase it in? How do you prioritize that? We're happy to do that. I don't know whether that's going to be necessary or not, but it's something that happens, and we're happy to do that because, you know, our goal is that the work that we've done and the money that you've spent to hire us isn't wasted by us producing a product that you can't say yes to. That does nobody any good, right? So our job is to give you an accurate reflection of what does the labor market require, right? And then your job is to match that up with what you're able to reasonably and sustainably fund, right? And I think that's also something that is important for employees to understand, that we don't come in and say, well, tell me what your budget is so we can figure out the number that matches your budget. We don't know that, right? We say, here's what the labor market requires. And we occasionally do have clients who will say, I need you to recommend X. And I'm like, not the way that works, right? It needs to be a true process. And I never feel that kind of pressure here, which is why I enjoy working for the city. With that, that's the end of our presentation, and I'm hopeful that there's questions I can answer.
Michael.
Thanks, Lori. That was great. That was very interesting and very informative. So you talked about, you mentioned looking at total wages. In your process, do you take into consideration like what I would call like total compensation package? In other words, some organizations pay, insurance or retirement benefits for employees. Is that part of what you're referring to?
It is.
In terms of the total compensation or total wage?
It is. So the way that is referred to, so the information that you're going to see provided as far as the costs of those wage increases are base wages only. But when I say we're doing a review of the benefit plans, that's where you get that total comp view. So I will be able to share, we we wanted to ensure that we completed the wages portion of the study in time for you guys to be able to implement in January if it's approved. So we focused on that, and we're wrapping up the benefit piece in the next month or two. But that is where you will see, how do we compare on cost of health insurance, retirement plan contributions, and the different forms of paid time off. So you'll see that.
So two other quick questions. You mentioned longevity. Is that what in some organizations they call it kind of topping out? Is that, so in other words, folks who have employees who have maybe reached the top of their pay range, but are going to continue working? Is that?
No, it's actually a little different than that. And that's actually something, it's easy to understand why that would feel the same, and I should probably be more clear on that. So when an employee hits the top of their pay range, so it is perfectly reasonable, especially in an organization where people stay, right, which they do here, you're going to have people who hit the top of their pay range. That's not a bad thing, right? You want people to stay through their whole career. But when they hit the top of their pay range, they can no longer see merit increases. There's no more pay range to move through. Now, it's also why making those small market adjustments each year, that gives them, if you move the scale by say 3%, that means they can get 3% more if they're at the top. But if they're at the top and other employees are getting a raise that is larger than what they're getting, we have some of our clients, probably the majority of our clients actually, who will pay a lump sum cash dollar amount to people that are topped out in lieu of a pay increase. And we do support that. We do think that's appropriate, right? That is basically recognizing their additional service to the city, but also recognizing that there's a dollar limit on what a particular skill set is worth, right? Like you're not going to be able to pay a receptionist $125,000 a year because they've been here for 45 years. There is a cap, but you also want to recognize, right, all of that institutional knowledge that comes with your longer people.
Mr. Mayor, if I may insert here, we did do that this summer, by the way, with the budget that you passed. Exactly what Lori described.
And then on one of your slides, I wrote down some notes, but I don't know if I captured it all, about something about 56 out of 222
Yeah, so
positions.
across the city, you have 222 unique jobs, meaning job titles that are different. Of all of those jobs that we pulled data on, about a quarter of them need to be upgraded. So what we don't want to do is say, well, you've got a quarter of your jobs that have moved faster than others. Let's adjust the whole structure more, because then you're really spending dollars where you don't need to. We're saying, we think this is the reasonable amount for most of your jobs, but these need to go up a grade.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was positions and not people. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? I think we're good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You bet. And now, what is the actual, before you run off? What were you actually looking for? Because it says direction requested.
Yes. So with respect to what it is that Ms. Graves gave you, we want to show you what it is that means in dollars and cents.
Okay.
And then get your direction as it relates to what council would like to see moving forward as far as an implementation strategy itself is concerned.
Very good. So
Okay.
Somebody else is going to tell us what it's going to cost.
We will tell you, absolutely. Yes.
Right now?
If you are ready, we are ready. Unless you want to take a break, because you mentioned wanting to take a break at some point.
How long do you think this part will take?
I don't think it'll be 5 minutes.
It'll be 45 minutes.
I don't think it'll be that long. Somewhere between 5 and 45.
While we're all thinking about it, let's go ahead and do the financial impact, and we'll take a break after we've made a decision.
Okay.
That way, as they get hungrier, they'll be more interested in continuing on. So there's a method to my madness.
Yes.
So
evidently, yes, no problem.
Who's going to make that presentation?
Well, I tell you what, why don't we get the spreadsheet put up on there? I'll walk you through it a little bit, and then we'll entertain questions between Jill and I. Okay?
That works.
All right, very good.
Mayor, councilors, thank you for having me this evening. I'm going to share with you a spreadsheet that I know you guys have all seen before, at least I think most of you have. and we can walk through what it means. Give me just a minute to figure out how to share my screen.
Do we need to pass it around?
Here we go. Okay, so this is a spreadsheet that you guys have seen before. And what it does is it just goes through and kind of figures out, based on how many people we have and how much we pay, if we make some changes, how does that impact the city as far as the budget? So if you guys will recall, back at budget time, we put into the budget for fiscal year 25 money to be able to afford this plan or something to do with this plan. So I am not here to ask you for more money tonight. That's amazing, right? So, but I wanted to start out with, these are the different categories that Lori already talked about. She talked about the general full-time employees. If we did a 4%, which is what she's recommending, then we would look at the general fund would cost $250,000. So you'll notice up here this little 6. That's because we're looking at implementing this in January. So it would be only 6 months at the fiscal year. So if we look at it on a full year, that number would double. Okay. If we looked at the employees that needed to be upgraded, so these are people who are, if I get this correct, they are in a position where they need to actually move to the next grade. So if we did that, we would include them in the general employees, but we would give them an additional amount of money for that upgrade. So they would get, in this case, they would get 9%. With part-time, we don't budget by person for part-time. We budget in a bucket. So they get a part-time bucket. We increase all of our part-time buckets by the 4%, which gives that additional $7,000. And then finally, for police, we looked at sworn police. If we give them a 4% increase, then we would increase the total cost by $161,000. I was wrong on the part-time. The total cost was going to be the $49,000. So you'll notice, you'll see the general fund. So the general fund is going to be impacted in a lot of ways. So because we're doing something mid-year, we typically wouldn't have all of the different funds fund this. They don't have that kind of money. So if you have like a grant, you can't really go to the grantor and say, we're going to give our employees an increase and we want you to pay for that. So the general fund will absorb that for the rest of this fiscal year. We would request that next fiscal year. So you'll see that that is an impact to the general fund. You'll also notice our recreation funds are subsidized. So again, we would increase the amount that the general fund would pay to them to be able to fund this. Cemetery and museum, same thing. You'll notice the independent funds. So this is going to be the weed and pest fund, which is funded by property tax. And it's also going to be the golf fund. The golf fund doesn't require a subsidy, so it would pay for the increase out of its fund balance. And then you'll notice the increase in utilities. The general fund would not supply any money for the utilities. They would need to pay for that out of their user fees. I talked about grant funding already. The dependent funds, which is our intergovernmental funds, our internal services, which is our fleet, our BAS services, our risk management would all be funded through the general fund, would move money out there. And Metro and PSCC would also be given money from the general fund. So the total impact to the general fund, if we followed Lori's recommendation, would be this $796,000. So the money that we set aside for the implementation of this plan, it's in the general fund. It's going to be the $506,000. So we are looking at a shortfall of $289,000 if we were to implement the plan that Lori has recommended. So with this, these things that are in yellow, you guys are able to tell me what you want to put in there, and we can see how that changes the impact to the general fund. So if I can make a recommendation to kind of start us off.
Mr. Mayor, before we move too much further, just to be clear, because I know it was mentioned, but I want to be emphatic. That $796,000 that the general fund would incur to adopt Ms. Graves' recommendations with no changes whatsoever is only for the first 6 months of the plan. And so when you're considering a year-long impact, which is typically what we budget for, you have to multiply that times 2.
1.6 billion.
That's exactly right. And that would be for the first year of the plan.
And the number listed there that's budgeted is for the full year, 500,000, or is that divided by 2 because we're only dealing with 6 months here?
Correct. That's only for the first 6 months of the plan, the remainder of this fiscal year, basically. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if we were to kind of make some adjustments to these numbers in yellow, we can see how that impacts this red number because we want it to turn black, right? So for the general fund employees, if we were to say we wanted to do 3%, the upgrade, maybe we don't want it to be 5%, maybe we want it to be 2%. Part-time, we're going to keep those the same as our general employees. And our sworn police, we can put them at 3 as well. So what that does is that tells us the additional funding we now need is $27,000. If we wanted to go down even further, and I'm going to ask you guys for recommendations, but we can go down even further until we get that into the black. And then the money that we have that's already budgeted, it's already set aside for this plan, we can go ahead and implement the plan based on the money that we have available. So would you guys like to throw out some numbers?
You put part-time at 2.
Quick question
Yes, sir.
before we play with these numbers. If we did this cut here, okay, and then wanted to get back on the overall first plan, then we would need to come up with 586,000. Basically, we need to come up with 1.6 mil for FY26, along with 289,000 to get us back. So we had implemented it all January 1.
Okay, run that by me one more time. So yes, the 1.6 would be for next fiscal year.
Right.
Yes,
Plus to get us back on this overall plan, as we have been keeping on, wouldn't we need to come up then and actually overdo the second half to make up for the 289,000 that we just eliminated here?
So if I'm understanding your question, you're asking me if we needed to come up with additional money to fund this for the 6 months.
For the next 18 months. In other words, we're cutting back and we're short. I don't want this to be misconstrued. We are short paying the recommendation for the remainder of this fiscal year by 289,000. Okay? To get us back to where the plan recommends, we need to put $289,000 back into compensation to be balanced at the end of the fiscal year.
So let me see if I can answer this correctly.
Okay, let's restate the question if we could, so everybody can hear it, because I'm not sure we're following.
My question is, basically, by doing what's recommended here, we are taking out $289,000 from what the Graves study is recommending. The Graves study is recommending we spend this money plus an additional 289,000 that we're short. Okay? How do we make up that money in the long run to stay on this plan over the next 18 months? So we know to keep this plan in place, we need then the 1.6 million for fiscal year 26, which still puts us $289,000 behind the overall plan. Because by this plan, we ought to spend in the next 18 months, instead of just spending 1.6, yeah. 523.
Now it was at 729, whatever.
Right, but basically, we need another,
So, Ms.
okay, we need basically $796,000 every 6 months. Is that correct?
So if I, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, if I can chime in. When Lori talked about doing what we could afford,
Okay.
she talked about phasing in this plan. So the total recommendation that she is giving us is the 4%, 4544,
Okay,
which is the $1.4 million. Okay.
correct.
So if we look at a phased plan, we wouldn't, unless you choose to do this plan for the first 6 months, which we would have to come up with the 289,000. But if we reduce those to cover what we already have in the budget, we wouldn't make that up later. We would go up to the 4% or whatever we chose to do for the next fiscal year, which would be the 1.4. We wouldn't recover that 289,000. Does that answer your question?
That, yeah, basically,
Okay.
and that's what I was asking is where are you gonna make up that money to stay on this overall plan?
It would be in the next fiscal year, we would go up to this plan as a phased-in approach.
You're still gonna miss out on that $289,000,
Yes.
period.
Yes.
That's what I was asking, is if you were ever going to make up that $289,000. Okay.
So can I ask, how long do we have, is it just 6 months to phase in that recommended for, how long do we have to phase it
Mr. Mayor,
to that?
counselors, you have the option of choosing how many phases you want to consider this in. This, whatever we come up with tonight will be phase 1, right? Unless you decide to absorb everything you see here in the first decision out of the gate.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, you wouldn't need any more phases because you've adopted everything, right? So the thing that I think we're wrapping our heads around a little bit here is thinking ahead to July 1, which I deeply appreciate because it's a little wonky in that you're only looking at a 6-month figure right here, right? Which is why I was trying to be a little bit emphatic about it. On July 1, not only do you got to consider whatever you have left to make up, so to speak, with the remainder of what it is that Lori has recommended, but you also have to consider the additional costs that would be incurred to advance employees through their new wage ranges, right? You also have to consider whatever it might suggest in the way of benefits improvement. One of the more recent ones that we've talked about is with regard to taking on retirement costs on the part of police and so on, and working our way through that. Every one of those things have a cost. And so if we say we're going to go with 3%, you also have to consider, okay, now we also have the 1% in its cost in order to become square, if you will, with what it is that Lori's recommending. So, you know, when it comes to considering what we move forward with tonight, I hope you'll also keep in mind what July 1 means, because this is only our starting point. We have a whole new starting point after this tonight.
1.5% look like?
Are you wanting a different change or did you have another
No,
question?
I want to know the city's recommendation first before we go. Because I think
And then we can,
Jill was going to make a recommendation. I'd like to hear that before we go down some rabbit holes. Thank you.
well, do we need Tracy's recommendation as well, or if you guys? Okay. Very good. I want to make sure we're getting it straight from the horse's mouth. That's why, because you're involved as well. So I'm going to make sure that everybody's in on this.
Let's go ahead and change the yellow figures if
You
we
bet.
could to a recommendation that you can consider.
Very good.
Sort of a starting point.
But your 1% that you were talking about in July is what I was talking about, that 289,000.
2.5%.
That's that 1% that basically we've said we'll never make something.
Okay, here we go.
is recommending is that we start here. This is a 2.5% for general employees and for part-time. For people who get the upgrade, it would be a 2% in addition to the 2.5%. And for police board, it would be 3%. You'll notice our number now here is black, meaning we have a little bit of extra money from what we were anticipating that we would need to fund this plan. I am happy to take whatever you guys would like to see, and we can make those adjustments.
Is that,
Okay.
sorry,
No, no, go.
is that enough reserve that you have there, that 29?
Enough
Or
reserve.
to implement the next, to have it for padding for the next phase? No, because it would need to be.
So this is a budget number. Remember, our budget is only good for 1 year, so.
Right, okay, you have to before July, okay, never mind, forgot that. Cancel.
And
Cancel.
basic,
Delete, delete,
basically,
delete.
basically what Carter said as well, and Jill as well, is when you come to your budgeting process this next spring,
Right, I
then
got it.
you could decide that, okay, these will go back to that 4.5.
Yep, I got it.
So, yeah. So by the fact it's not red, you're happy with this.
I always like black more than red, yes, that's a general rule.
Very good.
Try to follow.
Amber.
Can you talk to me about the rationale here? The original recommendation kept general full-time, part-time, and police all sort of at the same percentage increase. See that we've got police slightly higher than the other two in this version. Is that because we were worried about pressure point coming in the future with police, or why are we taking a slightly further step with that group over the other ones?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take a crack at that. You all are aware of the struggles that we've had from a recruitment strategy standpoint. 3% we believe is probably the lowest we can go in terms of remaining competitive if in fact we're not going to absorb the entirety of what Lori recommends through her work. So yes, 3% is what we're saying keeps us at least mid-market with regard to where we need to be.
Just curious, because I like this fun, punch the numbers in activity. What if you did 3.25 for the police? No, like is it gonna put us in the red?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if we have more conceptual questions before we start playing with numbers. I wasn't sure.
That's what I was asking, and yeah.
Okay.
So
whatever you would.
From a conceptual standpoint, what did you have, Kyle? And then your next job. Or are you wanting to juggle numbers as well?
I'm not wanting to juggle numbers.
Okay.
I'm more so trying to get kind of a historical outlook on this, because I know this has been one of several conversations we've had during my tenure on council. I'm curious if, back in 21, 22, when I first got on council, if we were considered maybe below market. I'm just wondering is this kind of, if we're looking to stay competitive in the market, is this an exercise we should get used to doing every single year, or do we see us getting to a point where there's kind of an equilibrium? So for reference, I'm referring to some older articles just because I couldn't remember exactly what we did in the past. In 22, I thought we did 3.5% in addition to a 5% in-band raise. And then last year, rather than me throwing it out there, could someone tell me what we've done the past couple of years?
The wages were frozen for a while, so. for the
Before we got
last-
on council.
Yeah, so we started trying to get them caught back up because they had been frozen for so long.
Mr. Mayor, there is a variety of strategies that we've taken over the years, without a doubt. We've definitely had lean times, and certainly a freezing took place in 2017 when council gave me the admonition of fixing the budget as my first job as your new city manager back then. We've been all over the board with regard to strategies. We've used COLAs, we've used market increases, we've used bonuses, that's right, one-time payments, and we certainly have tried to keep up with the trends of the day. But that does not mean we have to do a study out to the market, you know, every single year. I'm not going to come back to you with a market study increase for probably another 4 or 5 years. You know, Lord willing. These things are not easy to do, you know. So, however, I do think we need to evaluate progress through everybody's band in their wage range every year. And that's where you're seeing some variation. Sometimes we've talked about COLAs, and COLAs have the effect of adjusting all of the wage ranges a little bit. We certainly talked about migration through the wage ranges without changing the wage ranges and so on, which what I would call a you know, sort of an incremental increase within the band. We have not really talked about market adjustments wholesale since 2020 or 2021. I mean, does that help, Counselor?
Yeah, it does help, and I guess that's why I struggled wrapping my head around it, because there's been kind of a variety of strategies, and so, you know, wanting to gauge like the efficacy of those, it's kind of hard because we don't have like trends to be able to observe. It's just kind of, we've taken a different strategy every year.
Well, one thing that I heard, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind my interjecting, Lori say is that because of those strategies that we've taken and because of the evaluation that you've made on a fairly consistent basis, we were not that far behind with regard to the data that Lori generated. Is that a fair assessment? Okay. Hence the reason looking at wages every year is important to do. Looking at market studies, we really only have to do every 4 or 5 years. So thank you for helping us consider that on a regular basis, because I think it's helped this number not be so out of whack.
Councilor Sutherland.
Think if now is our conceptual period of pondering, maybe I need to hold off, but I was gonna ask for a number change, a numerical test. So if you want us to wait, that's fine.
Yeah, on the number
Yes.
changes. Is yours a number change or? Okay.
Mine's not a number change. I'm not wanting to play with numbers. So,
Yeah.
so my question is so out of the 56, and I don't know who to ask, out of the 56 employees that said that they needed to move up into another category or whatever, what happens to those employees that are already there? 56, like, because, so are you having to keep moving those people up and then the people, because don't you have X number of employees in each range?
They're positions, not employees.
The positions, but you don't, I guess I can't imagine that you would have all positions literally in one range.
Answer that if you're okay with that. Okay. So when we build pay ranges, right, we build the pay structure. Then we go out and gather the market data and say, if this is our pay structure, where does each position fit? So the reality of it is every grade has a variety of types and numbers of positions in it. Some might have 10 positions, some might have 50 positions. And those positions have really nothing to do with each other than they have a similar market value. So I have a job that's in grade 17, picking numbers, and I say through this study it needs to move to 18. That doesn't impact any of the other people in grade 17, and it doesn't impact any of the other people in grade 18. It just means my job now happens to sit in a different grade with a whole other different group of jobs than it did before. Now it does have an impact if you say, I have a series of I have 3 jobs. I have a water treatment plant operator 1, 2, and 3, and I'm going to move my 1 up a grade. Well, then you probably are going to need to move your 2 and your 3. So in our consideration, when we listed upgrades, where you had tiered positions, we included if they were going to have an impact on other jobs that needed to come up as a part of it. But conceptually, you could even have a grade that had no jobs in it. Just let's say 1 year, for whatever reason, nothing happens to fall in that section of the market category, right? Doesn't usually happen with an employer your size, but it could. And if I may, I had one other comment I wanted to add into your earlier conversation when we talk about doing the market studies and going out and making sure you're staying current. The reality of it is, for all of our clients that we work with, when we do a project like this, one of the things we include for no additional cost is each year when you're looking at what you're going to do for the next year, reach out to us and we can say, here's what we see across your business. Here's the jobs we see that have been fast moving. This is the average market increase that's been happening in your area. Here's the average merit. We'll simply provide that information so you have some guidance, right? And the real thing that doing a full study like this identifies for you are which are those jobs that need to move up. Because in the in-between years, you're adjusting the whole structure, you're moving pay, you've been doing a good job of that. 56 jobs to upgrade out of 222 is a larger percentage than I would normally see for the clients that we would do that for, say, every 2 years. So it's really only those upgrades, I would say, that you sort of miss out on. And it's not that you guys don't, your internal HR team certainly identifies roles that they can tell, we can't fill this, we know it needs to go up. But it's a wholesale look when we do a comm study. But we are happy in the off years to be able to provide that kind of guidance, right? So that you can ensure that you're sort of staying on track in your area.
Any, excuse me, any other conceptual questions before we start jockeying numbers?
So Jill,
Sure, that way too, Kyle. Okay.
Jill, and Lori mentioned in her report that fire is kind of separate. Is fire accounted for in here anywhere? Or is that a totally separate budget conversation?
You sure?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, we actually do not have fire in this model at all because they are not on the Graves plan.
Right.
We will talk to them as we get ready for negotiations with the union.
Okay, so that budget will come later. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I was curious if you could clarify for me again. I believe it was the full-time employee. Yeah, it was the full-time employee upgrade. There was chat about, I think, a 5% market upgrade and then a 4% merit increase. You threw out the 9% figure. Could you clarify that for me, please?
So if you were to increase every position on the structure by the 4% that we were recommending, that means every employee would get a 4% pay increase. If I'm one of those couple hundred employees that are in jobs that are being upgraded, that recommendation, which I'd say is kind of on the best case scenario, on the high end, is that those people would get an additional 5% as a recognition to the fact that their jobs. So they would be getting a total of 9, right? As opposed to the 4 that everybody else is getting. If I would say, in my view, it is best practice to ensure that when a job is upgraded, people get something additional. 5 would be fantastic. That's generally the highest that we see. Usually what we recommend is somewhere between 3 to 5, between 3 and 5% additional, because that moves them a little farther through that larger range, but they now have a much larger earning potential because it's in a higher grade. And we feel like that's a kind of a fair blending of what's fair to them and what's affordable.
Okay, thank you. Yep. So the reason you were getting that 9% is the general FTE employees plus the FTE employees upgrade?
Yeah, she's built a fabulous spreadsheet that separates those out so that ours had some functionality, but it wasn't that good.
Thank you.
And,
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, to be emphatic and clear here, that does not mean that we're recommending that every single employee in the organization is going to get, you know, whatever combined value of these percentages we end up with.
It'd be the quarter of them.
It will only be a quarter of the positions
200
that are being
individuals.
upgraded, whatever number that is.
So a third of
That stands to gain probably the most out of all the recommendations that we're suggesting tonight. Because their wage range is being basically bumped up, that's right.
And the 5% is to keep them at the same point in their wage range.
It still won't be quite at the same point. Sorry, I interrupted.
You know where I'm going.
I do. Your ranges sit 10% apart. So if you really wanted to keep them at the same place in range, they'd get 10% above what everybody else is getting, a total of 14. We believe that's unrealistic to ask anybody to do, even if you have the dollars, right? But we also believe that 0 additional doesn't say to them, we understand your job has gone up. We're going to raise the range, but not your rate. We feel like 3 to 5% is a reasonable acknowledgement for the employee and generally sustainable practice.
Any other questions, not juggling numbers? Okay, now, This is what you're recommending, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do we want to start juggling numbers? And if so, Jenna, you were first on the list of
Jack,
wanting.
go. I'm done. I'm happy with this
Oh, okay.
after all of that. I'm good.
Well, you were the first one that had brought it up. That's why I
Thanks.
went back to you. Okay. So,
I just wanted to see what it looks like to have, I think it may be what you pulled up first, Jill, with 3, 2, 3, 3. Can I ask a follow-up question?
sure.
How difficult would it be for us to accommodate that $28,000 in the red there so that we could have an equitable increase across those 3 different categories?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor.
That's why I'm looking at you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. 30,000 is way easier to manage than 300,000, without a doubt. And the reality is, you know, given what we may be having in saved expenses between now and the end of the year, I'm sure that 30,000 could be absorbed. The challenge you have is on July 1, you're just that much further that you have to add to when you add other expenses that we need to consider for a full year, right? And a new budget and a new, you know, movement through wages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll throw out my comment. I'm not sure that the city should just go into the red and accommodate this. And then, so I think that the way that the city already had that done to keep us in the black, and then you guys can adjust the budget come July and then accommodate more accurately for the employees and where they need to be. This is just to get them through the next 6 months is it. And so we're not even talking forever. It's just literally the next 6 months. So it's just to kind of help those people move up a little bit. And I think that we should just follow the city's guidelines.
Councilor Sutherland.
Sorry. I am of 2 minds on this. That's probably obvious. I agree from a financial and a fiscal perspective that it makes sense to stay black. I'm a little uncomfortable with the message that comes across with one portion of our employees getting a raise that's higher. I worry a little bit about how that feels from an employee perspective. And so I would personally be more comfortable with those 3 numbers being the same. I hear the police, I hear that, that we want to be mindful about our officers. And I also recognize that it's a 6-month period of time. So I guess if we don't want to go red, is it that disruptive if we stay 2.5 across and then find some equitable increase as we go into, as you won't go into July next year? It just feels not good to me as from an employer perspective.
Can you move your cursor over a little bit? Thank you. I couldn't tell whether that was a 2 or 2.5.
What do you feel about that, Carter? What she put up there?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, it definitely is more equitable from that standpoint. And without a doubt, that is a concern, without a doubt. I don't think the 2.5 does enough on the police sworn side. And I know you all appreciate the struggles we're having from a recruiting standpoint. I get that. I know that you get that. But you definitely accomplish the equity conundrum here.
What would happen, and I know we have not been playing with quarters, but what happens if you go 2 3/4, 2, 2 3/4, and 3? Leave that, yeah.
Hey.
Bingo. No. But what I'm looking at there too is now you're only 1/4 of a percentage point off, which gets you a little closer to what Jai was concerned about. Plus, even those general fund, the employee upgrades, they're winding up with 4 3/4% raise. So that's a pretty good deal as well. So you had a question, Ray?
No, I
wanted to sneak by.
No, that's fine. I was just going to support the city's recommendation and go with that, but I can definitely see working with this a little bit even too on that. I can make a concession on this.
I would just like to ask city staff's perspective if they see any issues. Because I mean, I tend to favor it. Gets a little bit closer to Jai's ideal, doesn't go above budgeted.
You want to do which?
I would favor this.
Oh.
Great idea, Steve.
Is everybody happy with this then? Oh, not before I see any rocks. I did not see a majority of thumbs up, so where are we, people? Obviously,
I would just be inclined to go 333 and find the 27,000, and then we're closer to, you know, if ultimately the plan is to phase it there, we're going to be finding that money soon in the future. And so to me, it gets us a little closer to being there. Equitable. I'm fine with this too. Like, I'm happy to support this if this is the direction, but to me, the other one feels like we're getting a little closer. We could find the money and it keeps it even.
Could you please reiterate your earlier point, Carter, about where you would expect to find that 30,000? Were you thinking sales tax overages, or what was?
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Counselor. With a figure like 30,000, and certainly with a figure like 875, it is far easier to absorb those kinds of differences and likely what we would incur by way of saved expenses throughout the year. So, for example, if we don't hire 10 people within the general fund because we've had retirements and we just can't fill their position quick enough and so on, we're probably going to likely have across the general fund that level of slippage that would cover a figure like 875 or 29,000. And so the question that you will encounter on July 1 is, depending on what the percentage looks like, is then whether or not you can fund that percentage difference, whatever it would be, comfortably enough with the revenue projections that we are hoping to prepare for you in March and April. And that really would get us to exactly what Lori's recommending.
Sorry, I may be a little slow. So are you saying if somebody were to leave their position sometime between now and July, a position that we might otherwise fill, we would choose maybe not to fill it until we get to the next budget discussion to help us cover the 30,000? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Thank you for the clarifying question. I am not saying that we will purposely not hire people in the general fund until that 30,000 is, discovered. What I'm saying is throughout the natural course of the next 6 months, we typically incur some savings from an expense standpoint. Typically, it's through personnel because the matter of the process that it takes to hire someone and the period of time that transpires means saved money that we will likely be able to account for as it relates to whatever this difference is. If it were 300,000, I would not want to make that recommendation. I'm just telling you. And I wouldn't feel good about it. But 30,000 to 875, somewhere in between there, I think we can probably absorb in the general fund.
And then looking ahead to July 1, we would need to anticipate approximately, if we'd made no further changes, $60,000 more just to cover equally what we covered this year versus having an extra 1,600 in the bank compared to this model, right? $76,000 net difference.
If I understood the earlier, we weren't going to recoup the 289,000, so I don't see us recouping.
I didn't say recoup, I said be ready to, because that would be the net increase that we're looking at, right? So starting July 1, just to maintain, we would need 60,000 more dollars, that 30,000 times 2.
100% correct.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
In addition, you would also need to consider, Mr. Mayor, what you're going to do, whether it be the 1% that you need to make up or the 1.25% that you need to make up. In order, if you are interested in trying to be commensurate with what Lori's recommending.
Based on what the city manager has just said, and able to find the 30,000 round numbers, do we want to go back to the city recommendation and call that good?
I think what they're proposing is 3% across the board.
Do what?
I think what the proposal is 3% across the board, absorb the 27.
That's, I rounded it off to 30, but yeah.
Why don't you put the 3 back up for visuals?
Oh, it's quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she's fast.
Yes, she is.
I didn't see that.
Are we okay with this? Okay.
I mean, if the
How-
goal
how-
is
how
a
many-
business point, I don't like going in the red for anything, and it doesn't make sense.
Okay. How many like this plan? 1, 2. How, 3. How many like the previous one with the 2 3/4 where we had $800 in the black? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go back and use the other one. But the best, because I can see us going back and forth, trying to sell our points. This is already a late evening and I was ahead and we are now almost a half hour behind schedule.
Oh, shit.
So,
The only thing I'm going to say is that I think I understand exactly where Amber is going with it, and I agree with it. But I think as we're moving forward, we're going to do an increase. We're going to do these things and incrementally look at this and keep us solvent in the black. And I think this is, I know I may use this word too much, a pragmatic approach to begin, and I'm not a risk taker. And so I think we'll get there. I really do. So.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just as a summarizing point, if this is what council's comfortable with, the calculation that we will prepare for you in the spring in preparation for your July 1 budget will be hopefully a recommendation that says, here is what your 1.25% will cost. I am not going to try to make up the difference between the 2 and the 5% on the wage band upgrade figures. I am going to focus strictly on the 1.25% that we have as a margin between what Lori recommends and what looks like maybe going forward tonight. Is that fair? Okay.
Sorry, just a clarification. Clarification.
That's good. I like
that. I heard Lori recommend 3 to 5. Is worth asking you to consider 1.25, 1 and 1.25 to get us to the base recommendation for that upgrade
range.
Yeah.
We could plug in the number and see what you think. Yeah, absolutely. So change the 2 to 3.
I mean, sorry, not now, like
No,
for when you're
when you're doing the
considering it
budget.
for the
Oh,
budget.
oh, oh.
Yeah, sorry. Not now. No, we're good. We came to a decision.
Okay, yeah, I
so
misunderstood.
in your, when you're, I thought I heard you say you're just gonna focus on 1.25 for general employees and part-time and not the upgrade. So I was just asking if others would agree that, that considering at least a 1% increase for the upgraded employees could be on
A
that
part of
agenda.
that.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Part of that mix. I will do whatever council tells me to do.
Yeah.
You are 100%, and I will embrace it as my own. I promise you.
You can blame me for
I
won't even
do
be
not
here
mind that
next week.
direction whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay, it was just if we're going for like base recommendations. from
Sure.
Lori, I
That's a
thought
fair point.
make
You
getting
and
to
I
3.
aren't gonna be here, so we will get thrown
I-
under the bus.
I am happy to be rolled under the bus. I just want to throw the question out there.
I just had to throw that out. Okay, so is this where we're going then?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I know these things aren't easy, and I certainly appreciate your support of the employees. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, break time. Ten minutes.
10, 5. Yeah, let's do 5.
5.
2 hours.
We only have one bathroom. Can we make it through
We can
there?
go across the
That's-
hall.
that was the other-
there.
Okay,
Get your
very
extra
good.
steps in.
Because I wasn't even
Can I ask
thinking.
a question?
Of course.
You can slip me a note.
Sewer ones, not as long.
Yeah. I'll just go like this, whatever it is. Thumbs up for the rest of the time.
I wanted to follow.
It's a twofer.
Wondering about next week's presentation, how it fits in the whole strategy. I just wanted to connect it. I would like to know how to try to.
Mr. City Manager, or do I need to go directly to Pete?
Sure, Pete would love to have that,
I couldn't.
shoulder the whole thing. Yeah. You know, Pete and I are gonna help, kind of work in tandem with this tonight. Kind of like Jill and I did for the previous conversation, if you will. Believe it or not, we are at that moment in the year and in the 2-year cycle where we need to talk about where we're at with utility rates. The agenda says water and sewer, but we are not going to skip talking about sanitation as well. So I hope you
Whoa.
You're just talking trash.
fan.
We
That's right.
need to use that on social media. Like, yeah, let's talk some trash.
City council talks crap.
There are journalists.
Okay, and Cindy is a fan of sanitation. I know that to my core.
Just had made up here, she really likes the price talk.
Right, that's exactly right. So we actually have those, that number of cost areas to talk about tonight. Okay, so anyway, just to remind you, however, we are at the latter half of your current rate cycle, which means the latter end of the second year of your rate cycle, so to speak, right? Yeah, am I getting that right? Thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you. Beginning of the second year, excuse me. And so last year you were here at this moment in time, and you gave us what you see basically in the form of what the dotted line kind of looks like here. And so if I could, I just want to orient you a little bit with respect to the chart that you have in front of you, which won't be a surprise to many of you. You've seen these pro forma curves before. We've worked with them. We tried to analyze them and use the numbers that are partially exposed below to demonstrate what we think your decisions will do as we go throughout the rate cycle. Right now, we're talking about the bale fill. You can see the bale fill here in its pro forma. Just to again, to orient you a little bit, the dotted line is meant to represent what it is that we projected or predicted when last we talked to you about this particular fund. And so we have that on there so you can see how it is we are performing in comparison to what we thought might happen the last time we visited with you. Bale fill is the parent fund, if you will, for lack of a better way to describe it, to capture all the costs that running the landfill contains. You probably also remember that as the city, we are the biggest customer of the bale fill. And we are largely that customer through what we do in our curbside collection program. The trucks that we run around the community, both to service residents and businesses, primarily. You can see with respect to the blue line, what it is that we are experiencing from more of an actual standpoint. Now, obviously, there's some projection as we are going out into the out years. But with regard to what you're seeing in the current years, a lot of that blue line is what it is that we're experiencing right now. In terms of the organization's behavior and activity. The green line is set in place to kind of give you the capital agenda as we see it. And it's largely to reflect not only equipment purchases and so forth over the next several years, but with regard to our balloon purchase of a brand new landfill cell in 2031 or thereabouts, 2031 to 32. Okay, so we're ramping up, as you can see, with respect to that major facility improvement coming up here in 31, 32 time frame. In fact, that deep decline of that green line represents us actually constructing that cell and, of course, depleting the money that we've saved up to try to accommodate that cost. one of the things I need to remind you is this is not an enterprise that incurs 1 cent infusions, unlike the wet utilities, which do incur 1 cent investment. Belfield does not, except on maybe isolated cases in the past. All right? That makes sense? The good news here is we are trending exactly where we need to. We're actually performing a little better than what we anticipated. As you can see, between the margin, between the dotted line and the blue line, and looking throughout the years, we are trending to be on pace for our capital expectations, which will crescendo in 31 and 32, right? So my suggestion is that the investment that you made with regard to rates, and you are, planning to make over the next year, is doing what it needs to do, and that is essentially keep pace with what it is that we have on our capital agenda. All right. Any questions with regard to the Belfield?
I have one. We've been going along and we've got that little spike there in 31 in the green. Basically, the peak of the green winds up meeting the peak of the blue. Mm-hmm. However, the green takes a much more significant hit than what the blue does. Why is that? Are we overestimating, underestimating? What's going on?
Well, in order to tell you exactly what we predict to be happening in 2032, we can dig out some of those numbers and give you a feel for what that capital agenda may be looking like. But what you are seeing here is the effect of rate increases between now and then, compared to relative to the expenses that we think we may have in this period of time, and there does appear to be a margin. The good news is that if council wants to, and I'm trying to be cautious of getting too close to Amanda here and scaring her after that. The good news is you get to determine what that margin looks like as we get closer to the out years. Okay, when we get closer to this project beginning to happen, if we're still seeing some margin that looks untenable for your tolerance and patience, you get to adjust what that looks like by countermanding that activity with rate activity, or with respect to having a more aggressive capital approach, buying equipment that needs to be replaced, that we may have been deferring, or whatever the case may be. So we've got some time to watch that, and we can certainly adjust that however you feel may need to happen.
It looks like going on, and as a follow-up, sure. It looked like everything was going along fine, and we knew we were going to have that big drop. But my concern is, why did it go from this small of a gap here? Because we were projecting and we were growing this line to be meeting this point here, and we are a long ways above it because we're okay here. So are we overestimating this as a cost that we're going to have to spend, or are somehow we overestimating the revenue that we're going to generate here to here?
Right.
To get that big of a gap.
Sure.
That's what bothers me is
a big gap.
The size of the gap when we've been so close up to the start of the project.
Cindy, do you mind if I rely upon you for a minute here to maybe give us a little more? Come on up here, Cindy. Get comfortable up here with us.
Price is right.
Okay, so I would just be honest.
And you could be up here and point all over.
I did not adjust the green line that far out. I made an adjustment to the blue line because we're getting closer and the cost estimate keeps adjusting every year on how much that cell's going to cost, but I did not ask Pete to adjust the green line. So that green line was probably from a few years ago.
Okay, so the green line may
Okay.
be artificially low.
I was
Yes.
gonna say, if it's from a few years ago, yes, we've had all of the inflation.
Yeah.
That explains why it's where it is this year.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
nope, we're
Well,
good.
Okay.
It's a valid point, Mr. Mayor,
Good.
because I think what that means is when we come back to you next year, which we're gonna have to,
Oh, yeah.
we need to smarten up that green line so that it's more reflective of what we can anticipate, which likely means it'll be more commensurate with the blue.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, when you see everything going along that close and all of
Sure.
a sudden, boom, that was a red flag.
That's a reasonable catch.
Does anybody else have any questions? Concerns? Stick with where we are?
I have a question. If we're ready to move on to different enterprise funds.
That's where we were headed.
So are we proposing as of January 24, 36% increase? Is that how, am I reading it?
That's right. That already happened. What you're seeing
Yeah.
next would be a 17%.
I was like, wait,
I don't
We're-
remember
we're heading to
approving that
25.
36%.
Yeah, that's what you approved a year ago in a two-phased approach as it relates to rates for this fund. And again, that's really to try to keep us on the trajectory that, leads us to this area here.
Well, and that was to turn us from the negative growth that we were having 24, 25, 26 to get it turned around and headed back.
Mostly as a result of COVID throwing off our,
Absolutely.
okay, all right. I imagine that percentage is going to be much lower for water and sewer.
Yes. Well, for water, for sure.
Are we happy with this then?
It's hard to abandon sanitation, however, without talking about refuse.
Yes.
Okay, the refuse fund.
Yep. Nope,
You
that's
don't
where
wanna
I
get-
expected this to go.
Okay, very good, very good. Well, let's look at refuse here. Remember, yeah, refuse is the financial activity that we follow in order to provide services to our curbside customers. And you know that we have that in the form of commercial customers, businesses, and residents, okay? We projected what you see by virtue of the dotted line, some interplay into the reserves, because you'll remember that anytime we drop below black, we are dipping into the reserves, and we do that typically only on a calculated basis. We don't wake up one morning and find ourselves in the, below the black, thankfully. The red line is even more scary in that means we are past zero, okay? And we definitely don't want to be around there. Refuse is also kind of unique in that we don't typically have massive capital undertakings that we need to deal with. We really only have to deal with equipment, sanitation trucks, and those kinds of things that we purchase on a cyclical, regular basis. What you're seeing here is the convergence of equipment that has taken much longer than we anticipated to actually arrive on site and actually incur an expense. And so you're seeing this precipitous drop, not because it wasn't planned, but because the length of time between actual order and arrival took so abnormally long, which is not unique to sanitation trucks. We saw that with fire trucks. We've certainly seen that with police apparatus. Definitely profound here, but not unique to refuse alone, okay? The good news in this particular scenario is we are not performing as poorly as we thought we might a year ago. And we are largely keeping on track with respect to some of the other capital needs that we need to incur over time. Okay, so the increases that you helped us adopt a year ago on a multi-year fashion, 2-year fashion, is helping us keep track with respect to not only recovery, which is actually earlier than we initially anticipated, but in terms of our long-term capital needs.
Why isn't there a green line?
The question that the mayor asked is, why isn't there a green line? I don't know if y'all recall or not.
I do.
No, we've had variations of a green line, okay? You just saw in the bail fill that we're using a green line as sort of our capital target. We've also used the green line as sort of a warning track indicator that would suggest when we're getting too close to reserves that may create some red flags. In this particular circumstance, where the green line doesn't play much of a role, either from a capital standpoint or a warning track standpoint, and recovery is taking place quicker than we initially thought, we didn't think the green line added much value, and in fact, maybe a little more confusing.
Okay. I like green, that's oil. Blue is water. Yes, Jai.
Well, first I'll say, I love the green line in the bail fill. The adjustments that were made there on point. So I know they need to be updated, but that was great. My second question is, if we're recovering faster than anticipated, what would it look like to drop January to 7 in alignment with 2026?
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I ask a clarifying question here? Do you mean changing the rate?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was looking at changing those. Yeah, the rate increases. I'm sorry, I did say a lot of numbers. So the commercial rate increase, I guess, is at 8, and then it goes to 7. I was just curious what it would look like if we just reduced them slightly. If we were recovering faster than we.
The reality is that should we change those rates, that recovery will be prolonged.
Yeah.
And so, Pete, if you don't mind, let's drop them by each a percentage, if you will, so that we can see what that looks like. You can see that that pushes the recovery out a little further, not precipitously into the future by any means. But you know, that's an immediate sort of visceral response that I see.
Yeah, I see that.
I was just curious, saying that we're dipping into reserves.
We're staying in reserves longer, basically, is what that means. Yeah. And you have the value of determining the tolerance or being in reserves for what you think is appropriate. That's your function. So these kinds of questions are not out of line.
Just not at all.
Just experimental. Thanks.
Well, we're going to be operating out of reserves for the 26 and the 27 budgets with this scenario. And it looked like we would be back out of the reserves just for the 26 budget with the other one.
With the original.
With the original, if I recall right. So we're going to be in reserves an extra year.
So I guess for me, the kind of a bottom line that I'd like to know, because I'm assuming the refuse rate increase and the bail fill rate increase, those combined contribute to the overall customer's bill. So I think at the end of all this, once we've kind of gotten through all the water and sewer and waste, kind of what's that bottom line going to be for the customer? In terms of what are they going to experience when they open their bill?
That's a fair question. It's a fair question. Yeah. Most customers will feel that impact on the refuse side of this, because most customers that you and I deal with don't, on a per ton basis, deposit stuff at the bail fill. Most are using their, you know, unless you're a contractor, of course, that's where it might be different. So in terms of what the average residential customer, for example, what their bill looks like, we have that figure on the chart, but let's adjust back to what the resolution requires as far as the rates are concerned. And then you can see that impact if that's okay.
Sure.
So Pete, he's already done it. Look at that. I'm amazed. Let's look at the impact to the bill on the, is that it right there? Okay. So if you look at the shading here, that gives you feel at least for what the typical residential customer will see by way of a change. Does everybody see that? On the very bottom there where Pete's cursor is. Does that help, Counselor?
Now that's just the difference for that portion of it,
Right.
which is what, $3? Yeah, $3.50 roughly.
On a month basis.
Can we go back to the bail fill?
We sure
See
can.
that same.
So remember, this is on a per ton basis.
Oh, that's right. It's not on a per customer basis.
That's exactly, unless they're dumping a ton, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of contractors do, don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
No, what I was getting at is, so what that other one on the refuse is saying is that a combined refuse and bail fill bill? Or just the bail fill? I mean, the refuse portion.
That's a very good question. Councilor Bond makes a really good point with respect to the relationship that the two funds have. Because at the end of the day, when fees increase here, our residential customers and our curbside customers are going to feel that, because in order for us as a customer to this fund through our curbside program, we have to increase rates in order to accommodate what we're charged on a per ton basis, right? So there is that connection. That's absolutely correct. We just don't have to experience it on the same, level of influence that you're seeing here, because it doesn't quite translate that way, right? So yes, these increases do impact what we see on a curbside billing perspective to what you just saw a minute ago, if you don't mind switching back, Pete, to refuse.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So that accommodates what you see on a tonnage basis.
Yes.
In terms of rate increase.
Thank you. I had forgot about it. Yeah, we pay the bail fill on that bill based on the $88 a ton or whatever. So this is the combined effect of all of the rate increases. Is that $3 per bill? $3.50. Thank you.
It does have its influence. That's
Oh, yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
I just forgot the.
Okay.
Yes. The symbiotic relationship.
Yes, indeed.
Very good. Is everybody okay with this one? Okay.
All right. As we move into wastewater and sewer then, okay? The green line in this world is going to be incredibly important, because what you're going to hear over the next year is quite a bit by way of education in terms of where we need to set that green line from a capital target perspective. Okay? And the bad news is this is the fund that helps us to support our obligation, our cost obligation, which is about 84% of the total cost obligation for the wastewater treatment plant, because we are a customer there too, the city of Casper. And so from a capital standpoint, we have to make up that funding through here. Now, the good news is when it comes to wastewater treatment plant, we have been fortunate enough to get grants and very favorable loans to help us do wastewater treatment plant improvements and replacements and those kinds of things. But it's a real similar relationship to what we just described in the bail fill and the refuse fund. The sewer fund kind of represents what it is, our customer relationship is to the wastewater treatment plant. Okay, we are billed for wastewater treatment plant services as well as for the our portion of the capital agenda, which again is about 84%. And that means we bill the rest of our customers the remaining portion. Okay? First glance at this would say, why is there a $4 million difference between what it is that we thought we would be doing a year ago to how we're actually performing right now? So in a lot of respect, this is outstanding news. But back to your earlier comment, it's also kind of a red flag, isn't it? Because there's quite a margin here.
Where's the green line?
Yeah, the green line is going to be, you know, like up here. Once we do that over the next year with your help, okay? That green line is going to be in place this time next year, but you're going to help us place that based on your tolerance for what our capital agenda ought to be for the wastewater treatment plant and for collections. Okay? That make sense? To discuss this a little bit, let's talk a little bit further about that. We had some really interesting things occur. And I may need Kristen and Tom's help as far as some of the technicalities of what a lot of this means. But one of the real favorable things that occurred over the last year is we did not have to incur $1 million worth of work as it relates to a lift station replacement in conjunction with the work that WYDOT is doing over on Poplar. That's great news. We determined that lift station replacement wasn't needed, and therefore that $1 million we were able to keep right here in the fund to help us with future capital needs, which I assure you will be very appreciated when we get to that point in talking more acutely about the capital agenda for next year. Okay. We also had some favorable billing as it relates to the wastewater treatment plant to the tune of about $1 million as well. I can't remember, 1.2, that we did not have to pay over the last year. And so as you can see, as these favorable conditions stack on each other, this margin is reflective of those good things that happened. As you know, however, with respect to the wastewater treatment plant, that's probably reflective of capital work that we didn't get to complete in the previous year, and we're eventually going to have to deal with. So it's kind of good news, bad news, in the sense that, yeah, we didn't pay for it yet, but we're going to pay for it at some point, again, necessitating the value of this margin to make that happen. Does that make sense? There was another major condition. Chris, did you want to come up and share that with us? You might want to come right up here. Yeah. Don't be shy.
The one other thing is we underestimated revenue. So when we go back and look at the revenue that we actually brought in, it was to the tune of about 1.4 million over 2 years, correct, Pete?
Oh, yes, Mo.
1.3 million over 2 years. So those three things compounded add up to that $4 million difference in those two lines.
So, you know, at first blush, again, it's kind of a good news, bad news scenario that we're seeing with sewer when we get it back up here. Enjoy looking at yourselves here for a second. Another view of ourselves. Excellent.
I hate that view.
I can so relate.
As much as I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting through it.
Gotta figure out where these cameras are all at. You're anticipating that when you go to set that green line, it's gonna be above where current revenue is.
That's exactly right. That's the sort of the punchline with respect to where we're at right now. While it looks like we're in the money and that maybe we've overcharged, the reality is, we're gonna need every bit of that as it relates to some of the needs that the wastewater treatment plant has in store for us. And as a matter of fact, as we go through next year, the educational process and the means by which we need you to help us set that green line, we're gonna be doing some field trips wherein you get to see the wastewater raining down on our employees and under the bowels of the plant because of all the leaks. You're gonna get to see the fist-sized holes in some of our pumps. We can invite you. Don't you worry.
Where you look.
Such an appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you for that description, Carter.
Yeah, it's unfortunately very real in terms of some of our deficiencies over there. And every one of them are expensive, unfortunately. Yeah. Every one of them are expensive.
Your deal here, you're talking about needing 12, 15, $20 million. And so I see what you're talking about setting the green line come next fall is, it's
Yeah.
going to be well above our blue line even.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Please.
And maybe I could just say that I do actually think that's why the green line is so important. And I think why I used to harp on the green line for the bail bill so much, because it's the way that we communicate
Absolutely.
why it matters to those who are paying. So I think the sooner we can get that green line in there, the easier it is to help establish reason around where we're at.
Absolutely. And council will get the luxury of helping us set that for over the next year. So that by the time we get to this point next year, our seated council will have not only a lot of education as to where we're at and why, but also help us to set that tone as to what that really needs to look like in terms of those major repairs and our way to get there. Okay. Do we need to take a break? Okay. Don't go anywhere, Krista. I know it's tempting.
Provide a little.
So I
don't wanna
have,
say comic relief.
I have a question for you. We used to have one manager over both the wastewater and the water treatment plant. We have seen the new person for the water treatment plant, the regional water treatment plant. Is Krista our new manager over wastewater? And if so, it would be very nice to introduce her to all of council.
Yeah, and I failed. I believe we brought it up before, but yeah, Krista Johnston.
I invited him earlier.
The previous position too, and part of the reason is because we had so much capital needs at both facilities, on the wastewater treatment side and the water treatment side. And really, I felt it was important to have people that could really focus. And so even over a month before Ethan coming on the water side, Krista came on the wastewater side. And again, Krista has been with the city for
10 years.
10 years, and is a licensed professional engineer, has been in the wastewater collection side, environmental engineering, has just a wealth of knowledge and expertise and experience. And her and Ethan have been an absolute delight to work with. And we're really rolling ahead. And one of the things we're looking forward to doing is really refining these models so that they're a lot more accurate and making those green lines mimic what they have in solid waste for quite a while. And that is as a projection of future capital expenses, and not just something that's arbitrarily $1 million above our proclaimed reserves. So we're working on that and excited about our presentations coming up to this council and the future sitting council in the next 6 months.
Very good.
Looks like I was going to go over the proposed rate increases, but I won't bug you with that. Get through the pro forma stuff. So.
Nice putting a name to the face, or a
Yes.
face to the name I see.
Yes, thank you.
So, you bet.
So
Thank you, Tom, for introducing her.
So as it relates to the rates for sewer, you can see that here in the yellow. You have approved 24 and 25. As far as the sneak peek is concerned, at this stage in the game, I wouldn't put a lot of weight on what you're seeing for the out years. Because again, we're going to have quite a few conversations that really help us leverage what you've got put into the fund by way of savings for a capital agenda next year. Okay? All right. Any other questions about sewer?
We happy with this rate increase? Very good.
Awesome. Well, let's
On to
look
the
at water. Yeah, absolutely.
We've got it on the downside. Let's get it on the upside.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right.
To remind council, the water fund is a synergistic relationship as well, a symbiotic relationship as well. But that is with the regional water system. And the regional water system, as you know, is a system that we operate as a contractor, if you will, to the owners of the regional water system, which is essentially the regional water board, of which you have 4 seats, if I remember correctly.
3 council and 1 at large.
Very good, very good, very good. And so we are, of course, as you might imagine, the largest customer for regional water as well. And as a matter of fact, one of the biggest bills that we pay outside of capital is what it is that we purchase by way of water from regional water as a wholesale customer. And then, of course, we bill that back through the distribution system that this is largely comprised of. Okay, that you're seeing here tonight. I would say the news for the water fund is largely good as well. As you can see here, with respect to the dotted line, this is where we thought we would be over the last, a year ago or so to speak, and this is where we're performing. Now, you'll notice that there is about a $5 million margin right here. And that margin is fairly healthy as we get, of course, approach more toward the out years, of which I wouldn't put a lot of stock in what you're seeing from here on out, because again, over the next year, we're going to work on a green line application for this fund as well, which will be reflective of the capital target, capital agenda that you need to set over the next 12 months, 10 to 12 months. So right now, that green line will be somewhere up here and will largely consume what it is that you see here. And we'll fill you in as to what that looks like over the next 10 to 12 months. One of the biggest lifts, however, that we're seeing as a part of this pro forma is with regard to the construction of the water reservoir that we've talked a lot about over the last few years. That has recently been awarded $5 million, if I remember correctly, from the state of Wyoming, which we're grateful for. That obviously helps us defer much of the loan that we anticipated needing to take in order to complete that project. So that's good news. And it's even better news knowing that we're still in pretty good shape looking forward towards the capital agenda that we need to set with you over the next 10 to 12 months. Okay. This is also a benefactor. This margin is a benefactor from fairly high water sales over the last year, which is good news, as well as capital agendas that we did not have to incur currently with respect to where we thought we would be a year ago. Are there other things, Ethan, you wanted to add in order to discuss the margin you're talking about? Okay. If you haven't seen Ethan before, I know you have. Ethan is now our new water operations officer. You knew him as our risk manager. He's no longer our risk manager. He's essentially promoted into this role, which is why he's not sitting next to Tracy anymore. She looks way lonely.
Well, to a point, he is still in risk management.
Yeah.
If the water screwed up,
different kind of risk.
we've got a big risk.
Yeah, that's right. Anything else you want to add, Ethan, though, in terms of the story of this fund? Very good. Everybody hear that? Okay, Ethan, why don't you come right over
It's like every third word I can probably guess, but.
Mayor, councilors. Just wanted to touch on Carter's points. There are a lot of big capital needs at the water treatment plant. I do think that that will impact our wholesale water rates that we are paying for that water, which in turn will impact this pro forma. So that's all I wanted to touch on again.
Along those lines, being on that regional water board, between now and 28, we have to spend, what is it, about $26 million upgrading the disinfectant at that point. So we will be getting some loans, but our rates will have to go up because of operating costs and to be able to repay those loans. So that's the biggie that Ethan is talking about, is the upgrading. We have to put in UV disinfectant.
As well as ozone generators.
I'm sorry, do what?
Ozone generators and
Yeah, upgrading the ozone generators, but the biggie too is the converting to UV. Because yeah, the ozone generators we've got are just about out of life.
Now, one of the questions staff and I debated over the period of time that we were putting this together for you is, again, trying to gauge what your temperature and your tolerance would be for incurring that margin as we move into the out years. Now, you'll notice in the yellow boxes where Pete's got his cursor, we've essentially plotted a 0 rate increase into the out years, which is beyond what the resolution is suggesting for this year or this coming year. Council certainly has the authority and the business obligation to determine if what you're seeing from this moment forward is acceptable, and the way that you manage that, looking wider or skinnier, is right here in what you do with respect to rates. And of course, the capital agenda. Those influence how much money you spend or how much money you save, one way or the other. And so, outside of any other further direction, at this point, we would suggest hanging tight with what the resolution is already suggesting. And then when we get to this point next year, we will have placed a green line here in this fund. And then, of course, making rate decisions at that point to accommodate those needs will be your obligation to fill. That make sense?
Everybody good? Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
So if we're done with utility, just, I guess I would just ask again, I'm wondering if, would it be helpful? I don't know what the other council members think about, but just maybe, I don't know if it's possible in early January to kind of disseminate some information via typical outlets in terms of kind of what customers can expect to see. Their utility bill combines water, sewer, waste, right? So given all those experiencing some aspect of a rate increase, what could a typical customers expect to experience when they open their new bill compared to the previous bill? I don't know if that'd be helpful or not, or what everybody else thinks. I don't know if that would just raise more questions than it would answer, but I just wonder if that would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, it just so happens that we do have a plan to do just exactly what you're talking about. So consider it done.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this portion of the meeting? Then we will move on.
Could I just take a moment just to, because it didn't get brought up in our conversation, for anyone listening or for anyone publishing stories on the topic, I always really appreciate the inclusion of the peer utility survey. It's on page 10 of our work packet. You know, I hate the fact that increases are a necessity, but I'm always reassured a little bit to see that even with these proposed rates, we're still below the cost of Rollins, Laramie, Gillette, Lander, Riverton, Cheyenne, Rock Springs, Cody. So, in the grand scheme of things, Casper's still doing very well. So just want to make sure folks are mindful of that.
Very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to give you some supplemental information as it relates to sanitation. This was not in your memo, and I want to be sure that you have it as we continue this discussion into the next year. Nothing that would surprise you, I don't think, but certainly something that you can use as a reference.
Very good. So moving on, the next thing is the council goals wrap up. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, councilors. We normally take some time at this part in the year, this point in the year, particularly at the convergence of a new council coming on and a seated council transitioning, to touch base with you with regard to how we did pursuant to the goals that you set forward for us basically 2 years ago. Most of you were a part of that, and you gave us direction, and we came back with some ideas. We rallied around, we coalesced around a goals document and a series of objectives. And now's the time to give you sort of a summation report, almost like your Spotify Wrapped, if any of you are going through that right now.
Wow.
You don't know what that is. Somebody told you about it.
You don't know what that is.
Okay. For the old fart here, what is he talking about?
I shouldn't have even brought it up. I didn't mean to derail everything here.
Never mind that. We will continue our work, if you will.
Yeah, summary of our work. Over
Send me
the
a
last
TikTok
2
on it.
years instead of 1 year, right? Pete has been our shepherd in a lot of this work, and I really appreciate his help in getting us through a lot of this work that sometimes feels a little mundane. I don't know if you've been catching it, but we've tried to give you sort of more fluid updates over the last 12 months in particular with regard to a number of stopping points along the way. This hopefully goes beyond that a little bit and allows you to ask questions about some of our overarching needs that you identified. Okay, so Pete, if I could turn that time over to you. Thank you, and thanks to all of you for the help in this.
In that case, Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having me back again. I'm aware that the agenda allows me an hour to talk about council goals. I fully expect to spend at least that, probably 2 or 3 hours. Yay! So, or maybe less. It's
I'm sure it said 6 minutes.
I can aim for any amount of time you would like.
Give us the Cliff Notes version.
In that case, I will aim for the Cliff Notes version, but I do. I know that the council goals are.
They're important.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, they are. These are goals that you set for a 2-year period. These are overarching things that I know the department heads, city manager, take very seriously. I can be monthly on all of these to make sure that we are making continual progress. These tend to be very large, difficult things to accomplish. They're not something you can do in a month or even a year. And as such, it's taken a while to even make as much progress as we have. And yes, technically speaking, we're only 18 months in. Technically speaking, these goals are supposed to take us all the way through June. Now, in a typical session, you guys will be setting a new set of goals this winter, probably in about a month or two, as the new council is seated and once everybody is up and running. And so inevitably, as the new goals get established, the old goals tend to fade into the background. But we do set a goal for a 2-year period of time, for basically 2 fiscal years. And so we wanted to give you a chance to see where things were at overall, or how we've progressed over the last 18 months, and in a sense I think that we are definitely in the end game now for most of these tasks. So I hope that you guys are pleased with the process and pleased with the progress. But I will try to provide a Cliff Notes version of where we're at with these 17 goals. This is a PowerPoint presentation. I did hear the term earlier this evening, death by PowerPoint. I'm going to try to not kill anyone. Just to give you guys a preview, there are 17 tasks. It's an 18-slide PowerPoint. This is slide number 1. So to
They all have 100 words.
So yes, no, to give a sense for these tasks, and of course, I do know that you have the full summary in your document, but I did want to at least touch on each one, at least briefly, if I could. The first one here being the remedies for homelessness. This has been certainly a major issue nationwide, not just here in Casper, but it's something that, to a certain extent, council, or I should say, the staff has been working on since even before this goal was established, but it's certainly ramped up a lot because of this goal. The Coalition on Homelessness is a multi-agency group that has been around for a couple of years to deal with the rise in homelessness here. But the city of Casper has been pursuing various means of trying to assist with the homelessness problem. Some of that deals with on the regulatory side. We passed the camping ordinance, that was almost a year ago now. The idea of trying to have enforcement mechanisms in place so that the police department can deal with some of the issues that had been happening, such as people residing in houses that they do not own, and giving the police department opportunities to enforce laws against such people. But also pursuing what's called a continuum of care, which is a best practice promoted by HUD, that's the Housing and Urban Development Department. It's a best practice to make sure that a homeless individual has an array of services provided for them by the community, and certainly you need a coalition in order to provide such things. The city of Casper is not enough. We cannot provide all the things that are necessary. And so we're trying to make sure that we've got a seamless connection of all those services that we provide along with our partner agencies. Our goal is to be able to provide for a formal community continuum of care certification later on this summer. Hopefully that will help us not just to make sure that we are meeting best practices, but also should help us out as far as more funding opportunities as those become available. Because we do want to have that certification. We do want to make sure that we are standards. Task number 2, focus on police facility improvement. Obviously, this is focused on the Casper Business Center, up the building that's about a block to the south of here. A lot of things have been happening with that recently. I think it was 2 weeks ago, council authorized us to proceed with the internal renovation and demolition of the asbestos in order to get that building ready for its next phase. The idea we could actually go out for bid later on this winter, perhaps, for the full construction. As you know, we were here, we as in City Hall, were all located in that building for about a year and a half. Now that we're out of there, that building is available for this heavy work to begin. So we should be coming forward with a contract for that work to begin very soon, followed by the actual letting of bids for complete construction later on. Support for Metro Animal Shelter. This is another one which was helped immensely by the recent specific purpose tax. Voters authorized $7.3 million to rebuild or at least augment the existing Metro Animal Shelter facility. And so with luck, we should have designs done later this year and a completed facility in about a year and a half. No, 2 years, excuse me, 2027. Yeah. So, but in addition to that, there's also operational things that we're asked about. Obviously, you just heard from Jody Decker not 2 hours ago, a sense for some of the enhancements that we've been doing as far as licensing. They've also done an enhanced volunteer program, which is really actually quite elaborate. Now, to become a volunteer, they have recruitment process in place. They have ways to vet potential recruits so that they get a background check. They get hired by the Human Resources Department in much way a city employee is, in a way to more formalize that process to make sure that we are making the most of the volunteer labor. People like helping animals, and so it's very nice to have an opportunity for them to formally come forward and have a way to provide that assistance it's both a way to take advantage of people's compassion and also a chance for us to maintain costs in metro animal operations. Beyond that, community amenities and recreational opportunities, we kind of took a two-pronged approach to this goal. One of them was the Park and Rec Master Plan. We've heard many presentations about this as we've gone forward, including one I believe last week, where Park and Rec Master Plan has been this ongoing massive project through RDG Consulting. That is now coming to completion, and so we've got a plan that is now going to show all of the city's facilities and how they all interact, along with the facilities of the Chilton County School District, along with the facilities of surrounding towns, with a sense for how to make Casper as livable on a recreational point of view as possible, both in terms of having the right facilities in the right place and also having operational costs that we can control and provide as necessary. So, and then the other side of the thing that we dealt with on this particular task is public art. Public art is something that certainly became it was a hot topic maybe probably about 3 years ago with large discussion of Windhenge. That project was engendered a lot of conversation about exactly how public art should be handled, where it should be located. So it encouraged us to come up with thoughtful procedures about how we should be handling public art, both the public art we currently own, but also public art that might come forward in the future. So that we've got a sense for how to engage with such projects, a list of good potential sites for such work, and also a sense for how we need to, do we know the right questions to ask when a project comes forward, both in terms of, all right, look, do we have a way to support that work? Because inevitably, public art, it does degrade. We need to make sure we have a revenue stream in order to cover ongoing maintenance and a sense for what our obligations are as far as keeping that art in good condition if we were to indeed accept it in the manner it was donated. So again, trying to have a good sense for this task and how it is creating a better environment, livability-wise, for all citizens of Casper. So task number 5, this is the second one that was helped immensely by the recent specific purpose tax. It's the rebuilding of fire station number 1. Citizens authorized $4.4 million to support renovated or fire station number 1. Staff is already in the process of looking for potential sites for the new fire station, and there the plan would be to hire an architect and come up with a construction schedule. $4.4 million is not enough to rebuild the station entirely, but it is certainly enough to get the project started. So this is now, we knew that Fire Station 1 was aging. We've been struggling with this one for a long time. Fire Station 1 is as old as I am, which is kind of old for a building. 48, okay, it's 48. So
I'm 48.
You look great. But
Do we need to upgrade you?
Old for a building.
old for a building, yes.
Thank you, Eric.
So, the point being that again, to go back to the theme of council goals, these are heavy lifts. It's not easy to assemble the kinds of funding to support rebuilding an entire fire station. And so we've gotten some significant progress where we've done a lot of background work as far as design and site exploration. And now with this funding from the specific purpose packs, we should really be able to get some real progress on this task. One is the dealing with wastewater treatment plant, environmental regulations, and also capital improvements. We just talked a good bit about this, and I know that we're going to talk a lot more about this, especially with the wastewater treatment plant itself. I know that's the needs there are. It is hard to overstate them. It's an old facility, again, even older than Fire Station 1. It is a centerpiece of our infrastructure, and of course, it's enormous. It's got more than a dozen buildings. It's an incredibly difficult and complicated facility, and regulations are constantly coming up. So even if the facility were not just aging out with many parts that need to be replaced, we also need to be ready to make the upgrades necessary so that we stay up to breast with the other environmental regulations that are coming down the pike. We already have interactions with other states. We discharge into the North Platte River. The North Platte River goes to other states. We need to make sure that we are staying up to date with all those environmental regulations, not just as they apply here in Casper, but also as they apply elsewhere. We have done a lot of work at the wastewater treatment plant already. As was mentioned, we've gotten some major grants from the infrastructure bill, from ARPA. That's been very helpful. We have spent more than $15 million in the last 30 months at that plant. It's not enough, but it's a good start. But the plan here is to, among other things, come up with a solid 50-year plan, which is not an easy thing to do, so that we've got a sense for not just how to keep ahead of day-to-day things that are breaking now, that are failing, but also a sense for how do we expand, how do we make sure we have the right technology, how do we have a plant that's going to be sufficient for basically doubling its existing life. In 50 years so far, we need another 50. The next task, develop a funded stormwater program. This was one we haven't made a lot of progress on, I will say. We have certainly talked a lot about stormwater systems and sort of laying some of the groundwork in terms of state law that allows cities to start having a funded stormwater program. This did not exist a few years ago, but it does now due to our interactions with the state legislature. That gives us avenues for providing a funded system that we can then have if we win and if we are ready to implement such a thing. We know that there are many stormwater program projects that are out there. We've done a few in the last couple of years, which is 2 major projects, but we need a lot more. We have a long list where we know that there are culverts or inlets where there's something failing and we're going to need to have to deal with it. Promotion of tiered water rates. This is something, the Raftella study, which is almost finished. Obviously, council had a presentation about this back in August. We've been working with Raftella for a number of years in order to refine tiered water rates. As was mentioned earlier, tiered water rates are there to make it expensive to waste water. So we are trying to make it a benefit for the average water user so that the average water user actually hopefully gets a rate cut, where the rates actually go down. But those who are heavy water users, their rates would go up. And that way we sort of shift the cost of water. This tends to encourage conservation. It tends to discourage waste. And we do think that we are very close now to have a rate system that will work. And we're looking to do an implementation in the next few months here. Sustainability to encourage additional recycling. Cindy Langston gave a presentation to you a few months ago, I believe it was in September, regarding things that we can consider doing. There are grants out there to help recycling. We did not decide to go for a grant this year, but we may go for one next year. These are significant grants that could theoretically be used, if we get it, to help enhance the recycling capabilities of the landfill. But in the meantime, we are doing a business study right now, a business plan. We're going out to RFP soon to hire somebody to do an actual business plan. I believe council authorized $152,000. So, the idea is that we want a complete plan in time for the next cycle of grants. So we've got a system for what would it actually cost to have a recycling system under the current situation. This is something that council has considered many years, on and off again. Should we do curbside recycling or something similar? You're trying to make sure that we have got a good plan in place. If and when we pull the trigger, we have a sense for what the actual cost would be to the citizens and to the commercial customers and to everybody, and a sense to make sure that such a plan would be sustainable. Next, maintain city buildings. Council authorized roughly $5.5 million of 117 to repair city buildings. That's a lot. It's probably not enough, but one part of spending money is making sure you're spending your money in a smart manner. Buildings age in different ways, different parts of the building, structural aspects of the building, be it the glaziers and the windows, be it the electrical systems, be it the plumbing systems. They age in different ways, and want to be able to stay on top of those failings before they happen and intervene at the right time so that we are the most efficient with our dollars. As you may recall, we hired a company called Alpha Facility Design Group, Alpha Facilities. Alpha, yeah, I think it's Alpha Facilities. They did a full study of our major buildings and gave a proper assessment. That's great, and that has helped us with our first round of building maintenance. But now we've got data that we're going to have to input into that system in order to keep it up to date. As we do projects on buildings, we need to get into a regular habit of keeping that system up to date so it can continue to tell us which project we should be doing next. So we're feeling good about making progress on that front. And certainly we're going to be doing some capital planning now because it's capital planning season for next year, which will include inevitably a lot of building projects. So, last but not least, we're also trying to work on what I'll call SOPs, standard maintenance practices for various functions of different buildings. Some of them being our standard buildings like City Hall, which are kind of, although it's large, it's fundamentally it's an office building. It's not so unique. But we have a number of facilities which are really different. Pools, for example, they have different kinds of mechanical rooms. They have chemicals. They have different sorts of features inside them that require different kind of maintenance. And so we're trying to make sure we've documented proper ways to provide maintenance and also inspection to make sure that we're doing the right projects at the right time, not just with our standard facilities like this, but also the more unusual ones. Moving on, developing external revenue sources. A number of council's concerns for the last HUD retreat, which again was a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago now, was to make sure that we were making the most of our funding opportunities. So when we talk about external revenue sources, we're talking about sources that would come from outside of the city of Casper. Now, obvious one is grants, but there are many other sorts of external revenue sources which theoretically we get. And one of them is being sponsorships, others being things like that, where we want to make sure that we're maximizing opportunities for raising money that come from outside of the city limits. But we're also looking at ways to maximize money coming from within the city limits, using all the tools that we have available. I came and gave a presentation to you this about a month and a half ago, so I don't want to belabor the point. But yes, we have been trying to fully document, I believe it's 15 different funding sources, some of which we're not really familiar with, at least we weren't at the very beginning. So whereas we've now got some pretty good documentation now for tax increment financing, for congressionally directed funding, we've got pretty good documentation for I believe it's 5 different kinds of specific purpose or special sales tax, which we can implement as a municipality. Some of which we've used, some of which we haven't, and certainly we wouldn't use all of them. Some of them just aren't going to fit for our needs, but it is vital that we understand them. It's vital that we know how these tools work, so that when we have a funding problem, be it perhaps wastewater treatment plant that needs extensive improvement, do we have those tools at the ready so that we can know which tool is going to work for this situation. Next task, engage with primary planning documents. This is something where cities produce master plans. There's a lot of them actually. And it truly is a good use of our time. We need to make sure that we have long-term plans. Inevitably, people look at cities, they look at governments in general, and they think about government waste. Think about governments making stupid decisions. And planning, thoughtful planning is one way to make sure to avoid us making decisions which are short-sighted. It might seem like a good decision now, but is it going to interact with the activities of other departments? How is it going to interact with our needs in 3 years, in 5 years, in 15 years? And how is it going to interact with the activities of nearby towns or with the state? Having these master plans in place provides us with the perspective at the granular level, at the small level, but also at the macro level. So we have a number of these plans, and we do produce them on some regular basis. Sometimes we lose track of them. That's not good. We want to make sure that we are keeping those plans at the forefront of our minds, so that we don't lose track of the advice that they've been giving us, And so we've been trying to organize those. We found 27 of them that we considered to be relevant plans that we need to keep at the forefront. So we're trying to be as swift as we can, starting to get into a habit of referring to those plans. Among other things, we're going to try to start referring to those plans when we talk to you. So for our council communications, our memo, we're going to try to start referring to those. Well, by the way, this is consistent with plan XYZ. Facilitate public-private partnerships. The city has always had relationships with nonprofits in the area. That's never going to change, or say it's never going to end. Always going to have relationships with their local nonprofits, and certainly we require those relationships in order to get certain things done. But sometimes we've been a little haphazard with how we've related to nonprofits, where we've been inconsistent with this agreement versus that agreement versus so on and so forth. Sometimes those relationships take the form of a funding agreement, where we will provide them with 1 cent funding or community promotions funding or something like that, in a way to have them extend our dollars further, use our dollars to help them achieve their ends, which also is commensurate with our ends, services we're trying to provide to the citizens. But we're trying to be more thoughtful and more consistent with how we do that, making sure that our funding agreements are consistently written, making sure that they've got proper consistent clauses so that if the agreement is going well, it's going this way. If the agreement does not go well, we have remedies in place, things like that. Likewise, leases. We do a lot of leases with nonprofit agencies. It's like Meals on Wheels, for example, where they lease a building from us for their operations. We want to make sure that we have consistent languages in the leases as they come up for renewal, so that we have a fair and consistent agreement, and also so that we're treating them all fairly in a similar manner as far as the terminology within those leases. It's a relatively subtle thing, but it's something we do quite a lot of. We have quite a few buildings which are leased out by area nonprofits. In the senior center, I'm thinking the Glacier Art Museum, I'm thinking half of our sports fields. These are facilities where we own them, and those nonprofits couldn't operate if we didn't have a building for them to operate from. That's how we've chosen to support them. But we want to make sure that those leases are good, consistent, legal, and that we've got procedures in place to keep those leases going. I'm up to 15, by the way. Implement a communications plan. The next 3 goals are all sort of related. These are all communications or citizen engagement goals. I know the council has been, this is a consistent thing, a consistent priority for council. It was a set of goals from this set of council goals. It was a set of goals from the previous set of council goals as well. And so this particular aspect here, we've taken this as a way to sort of have a sort of demonstration project, if you will, of how to communicate to the citizens. In this case, we certainly did a lot of research about different things that were priorities to the citizens. We did a lot of communication when it came to the specific purpose tax. People had a lot of questions about it, obviously. It's a tax. People have questions. Have lots of suspicions about taxes. But we did public meetings, we did mailers, we did website, we had systems in place to try to get the word out so that people were making their decision based on fact, based on reality, not just on what they heard on Facebook. Unless they heard it from us on Facebook, because we were also on Facebook. So then we got gather and provide feedback. This was about, you may recall that we actually did a survey of citizens to say, how are we doing as far as communication? What are people saying about our communication? What they like? What do they not like? What are our deficits? Lots of people said that they didn't hear enough from us. Lots of people said that we weren't responsive enough. So we're trying to take that under consideration and sort of try to take that to adapt how we talk and when we talk and how and to whom we talk. And then last but not least, research technology for customized communication. Right. Certainly a recent project we did was, we call it resident access. It's a way to help people with their utility bills. For as long as I can remember, highest visited pages within our website was how do I pay my utility bill? And when I say as long as I can remember, in decades. It's been a major functionality of the website. And, you know, frankly, a lot of people don't want to hear from us most of the time. To tolerate our existence, or at the very least, they're not really aware of our existence most of the time because they've got their lives to live. They have to pay their water bill. And so they want an easy and seamless way of paying their water bill. Again, they just want it to be easy, and we want to make it easy for them to do so. And so we implemented this recent system where it's been up for about 6 months now, and we've gotten a lot of really positive feedback. Certainly, we've been starting to expand, find other ways to use that service. You may have mentioned that Jody Decker mentioned the animal licensure as a way to sort of accept payments in that way. Again, trying to make it as seamless and easy as for people as possible. That's one basic way to communicate is let people know what their bill is, let them pay it easily, and get on with their lives. Another thing we're doing right now is exploring a new website. I believe council just 2 weeks ago authorized us to explore what would it take now to revamp our website. Websites may age rather quickly, and so we're going to be going out for an RFP, getting quotes at least in the near future. No, actually, we've already begun getting quotes. Actually, it would take to revamp the website. So that's it. That's 17. So obviously, there are department heads here who would like nothing better than to answer all of your questions in more detail about some of these goals or some of the activities that we've had. But I will also make a first crack at it.
Questions? Comments?
Thanks, Pete. I know one of the concerns that we had when initially setting goals was whether we were being overly ambitious. Sounds like we got 6 months left. It was hard for me to gauge based on, I appreciate the graphic you provided for us as far as how many steps we've gotten in each of the items, but 6 months left. What do you and staff feel like are all of those goals? You know, obviously like the Casper Business Center, the new police department, that's not going to get wrapped up in the next 6 months, but now that we're closer to the finish line, how do you feel on whether goals that were set were realistic, overly ambitious? Could we accomplish more?
Thank you for the question, Council. I believe you're referring to this graphic here, yes, which gives a sense for what we've accomplished and what is still to come. My short answer is I'm feeling pretty good about what you've all asked us to achieve versus where we're trying to get to. I could point out certain specific sets within this where I think we're struggling more than we are with others. Some of them, I mean, certainly green is good on these charts. And you can see for yourselves which ones are mostly green or entirely green. Consider them done or very nearly done. Things like the continuum of care is still left over for the homelessness solutions, but aside from that, we've accomplished all the things that we wanted to accomplish. I think that some of them are also, certainly they're in a much better place than they were a month ago. Things like the fire station, where we were kind of in a holding pattern, couldn't identify funding. Thanks to the voters, now suddenly we're locked and loaded and ready to go as far as how to deal with that goal in particular, especially, and Metro and Metro as well. I do think that we are catching up on the maintaining city buildings. I know that the BAS team has been working on coming up with SOPs and so on. The city manager may have mentioned that I am shepherd. Sometimes the department heads use other terms. I call people and I set certain rules about maintaining this. One of the rules that we try to follow is it's not done till it's done. And so there are many of these where there's individual work to be done within a step, but we try to be as disciplined as we can with not marking it done until it's really done. So things like, writing SOPs for maintenance of city buildings and such. Are they written? Well, there are probably drafts out there. Done. No, not yet. Doesn't get to turn green until it's done. So that's a sort of a long-winded way of saying this might be understating our progress a little bit. But so aside from that, I do think that progress in the funded stormwater system is something where there are some big discussions that have yet to be had on that. That should still be discussed. Most of these others, I think, are making fine progress.
Thank you. I appreciate the diligence. I appreciate the comprehensiveness. I get asked about things like homelessness, something I always talk about. I refer to this document all the time to remind myself the laundry list of things that we've accomplished. You know, when you're put on the spot, it's hard to recall all that, but this document makes it very easy to refer back to. So I appreciate it. I use it all the time. Thank you.
Yeah, just an observation, I guess, more than anything, is that I think, just kind of knowing what I know about some of the tasks behind those bars, is that just because they haven't been started or haven't made as much progress as maybe we planned, those can happen for a lot of reasons. It's either it was more than we anticipated. Some steps, in other words, are taking longer to do than others, for one example, or I'm sure in the cost in the case with the city buildings, finance is obviously run into, we can't accomplish more than the budget will allow. And so I think there's a lot of variable reasons why things have either haven't made as much progress or haven't been started compared to others. So I think that's just something I try to bear in mind. So I hope the staff, I appreciate, as Councilor Gamble said, I appreciate everything the staff does, and I would judge anybody to find a harder working city staff than ours, but it's not for lack of trying. It's there's circumstances oftentimes without outside of our influence that come into play. So, thank you. Thank you, Council. And thank you to all the department heads too.
Thank you. A couple of observations. It's like my favorite time of the year. So thanks, Pete, for going through all this with us. It's great to see. And like Kyle said, it's a nice back on what's been accomplished. I have one a request, and I think maybe we got this last goal setting, but for me it'd be really helpful. I've already noted a few of these tasks that I feel like we could expand on, just off the top of my head, that feel like, phase 2 is appropriate as we look towards goal setting next year, whenever that happens. And so I would certainly value any department head insight part, of course, about which of these feel like we could dig a little deeper for our next goal cycle. I don't want us to get like, all right, well, we did that and let's move on to a whole different direction when we've got some good momentum or a path forward that we're really, feeling good about, that needs another 2 years to give us the type of progress we want to see on it. So as we're thinking about goals, I want to make sure that we don't do anything to interrupt momentum that exists in these areas. So make sure that we are aware of those areas that have come up over the duration of working on this. And then I'm also thinking a lot about how this process interfaces as we move to priority-based budgeting. And that was my initial thought when we talked about priority-based budgeting. I think this process has been, I think the process of how to address our goals has been really robust and really effective. I think our process of how to set goals maybe is not as robust as it could be if we're going to move to priority-based budgeting. So I'm curious about, between now and whenever that happens, what is our process going to be for discussing that, the appropriate process for us to undertake to make sure we get a set of goals that will be appropriate to base priority-based budget on, and also, well, I guess that is first. Just what do we have a chance, has thought been given to that? Do we have a path forward on how we change our process to reflect that? Or is that something that will come up before we schedule a goal setting session? That's it.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Counselor, I appreciate that question. And the fact is, with regard to the priority-based budgeting environment that we're going to be operating in, it will impact how, in fact, we set goals and how we evaluate our goals. Because you'll recall, a big part of that process is sort of grouping our programs and services and so on, our endeavors in a quadrant that hopefully will isolate those areas that are low impact but high cost. And then of course the question becomes, what do we do with those, right? So what I would like to see happen, and I know Jill's working on this, is the opportunity to set up a little bit of an orientation for the next council that gives you a roadmap with regard to the work that you're going to be doing in a goal setting session like we've done in the past, as well as the inputs that you'll be receiving that will be inclusive of community input, as well as other stakeholders input, employee input, and so on. And then you get to decide what you do with all that. So very excited about it. Jill's been working on it feverishly. And we have a internal sort of orientation meeting coming up on the 18th, if I remember correctly. It'll set the stage for where we go with all of you. So looking forward to how all that comes together.
Any other comments from anybody? Well, thank you, Pete. Thank all of the department heads and everybody that have stuck around to answer any of our questions that we didn't ask. So we do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And with that being said, agenda review. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, our grid document is looking pretty shallow right now. And that's because we're at the end of the year and we are, winding up a number of issues. The back page is looking pretty slim as well for the very same reason. So I don't have a whole lot to add, but I would encourage you, of course, to be mindful of what happens in your very next meeting, which is your last meeting of the year. And then, of course, for those that are moving forward into the new year, we've got a couple of meetings there for you to anticipate what to be involved in. The back page, of course, is always really important to point out as well. And I don't really have anything that would be later.
The big thing along the agenda review that I will belabor. Everybody read on your regular council meeting agenda items. Pre-meeting starts at 4:30 p.m. Everybody got that?
Yes, sir.
Our pre-meeting will start at 4:30. We have several things to discuss in that pre-meeting. The Health Department funding request, truancy curfew and loitering ordinance review, grave study results part 2.
We were anticipating that maybe we need a return and report opportunity with you. It doesn't sound like that would be the case unless I misread what we talked about.
So do we need to change that 4:30 back to 5?
I would say for now, let's keep it at 4:30, just in case.
Very good. Okay. Then we have the ice arena implementation, advertising for construction of the old landfill. So several things there that are going to require probably some discussion. So we need to go ahead because of not having a work session on Christmas Eve. We are combining basically the pre-meeting into a work session. So that's why the 4:30. Okay?
Thank you for drawing our attention to that.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
We had a slight snafu on this once before when we changed time. So I have a captive audience here, and so I wouldn't let everybody know. And
Text Jenna.
I was gonna say, hey, can everybody send a text to Jenna to let her know that it's at 4:30? Okay. Would appreciate that. So now we're down to council around the table. We'll start with you, Mr. Pacheco.
I don't have anything, but I will be out of town next week. So we'll be spending time in Mexico.
So you'll miss next meeting.
I am not going to call in either.
Oh, wait a minute.
As certain members would do.
Okay, well, have an umbrella drink for me.
I will.
Thank you. No, you won't.
No, you won't.
That's true.
I know you're drinking.
It's true. Wish I could hear better. I think so.
It's fine. We'll just take it.
Counselor Bond.
It's confidential.
Not anymore.
Like a doctor. So yeah, just kind of touched on it earlier about the massage therapy. So if council has some, like either feedback for that committee or kind of observations, I guess, from the emails we've been getting, is it okay to send those to the committee members beforehand, or would you rather wait till we see the draft, or what would you prefer?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, feel free to send them to Amanda and I.
Okay.
So I've had several conversations with Dr. Dow, the health department. I've spoken with Mr. LaChance. I mean, I think we're gonna, when we do have something to bring forward after the first year, it'll look a lot different. So any feedback now is.
Okay, it's probably things you're already addressing or thinking about, so, but I'll send them anyway. Okay. And then just a couple of just follow-up things. So we got this contract, the letter, the memo from the contractor group. Do we need to do anything else with that? City.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bond, we have been working with the AGC, the Contractors Association, on a number of questions that they have, ideas that they have, and so on. And so my request would be, if you don't mind anyway, letting that play out.
Sure, absolutely.
And then we can bring back some recommendations to council and go from there.
Yeah, no, that was my main concern was, are we gonna do, is there something, some kind of collective response? I hadn't even thought about any kind of individual, but
yeah,
kind of collective
yeah,
response.
we're in conversation for sure.
Okay.
The city manager is taking care of that, and he and I have had a discussion along those lines, and has requested me not to go tell him to go pound sand. So they're working to address that situation in a more amenable manner, so to speak. Okay.